Okay, if you made it back, raise your hand. If you made it back, raise your hand. If you made it back, raise your hand, hand. Let's see here. All right. So, hopefully that will separate that into two different links that I can edit, hopefully with any luck. Now on YouTube, it's showing, I was hoping to separate that into two different videos, but now it's showing both of them are live. How can I be live on both videos at the same time? That makes no sense. Okay, I think it did save it as a separate video. It just doesn't want to update my dashboard. There it goes. All right. All right, it's processing that video separately. Is anybody still alive in chat? Anybody still alive in chat? Say hi if you made it back to the new video. Well, I found my brute. Brute! Well, I think we killed off all of chat. I'm not seeing anybody pop up in chat. Can somebody verify for me that chat is working? Just seeing, is anybody there? Can anybody hear me? Did I break YouTube? Alright, Chaos made it. At least Chaos made it. Okay, doke. Alright. We're going to do another video. I'm just knocking out the videos mostly this morning, and you guys are along for the ride. The next video is how to solo a brute. How to solo a brute. Let's see here. Well, step number one should be, hey, Braddock, thank you for coming over to the next stream on there. It is processing that video, and then once it's done processing that video, I'm hoping I can download that video. And then I can save that. Maybe. Yeah, because otherwise that gets kind of ugly. I can't believe I didn't hit the record button on that. That does make life a little bit more difficult. Right now it doesn't have the download thing lit up, but it does on my other videos. So all of my other streaming videos that I've done. So I think it's just a matter of time. We were all the way. Everyone used it as a chance to go grab the breakfast snacks. There was another new person on here earlier, but I missed his or her name. Because I was trying to wrap up that video. Pop-Tarts, the Breakfast Champions? Oh, not Pop-Tarts. Oof. Oof. That's rough. Grounded. Enhance damage resistance. What do we got here? Resistance to all kinds of stuff. We have stamina. We have fly. We have a pretty well-rounded character on this one. Charged armor is my resistance to smashing and lethal. Could always put another thing in there. And lightning reflexes really doesn't take much of anything, sadly. Conductive is resistance to fire, cold, and energy. Static shield is mez protection and resistance to psionic and stuff. So one there, I think. Hey, it's a Ghost Yuki. We were just talking about our run last night. Away I go. Couple of more resistances here. Well, just for one level, I'll go without him. I'll be buying IO soon. Not a fan of salvage. Just clogs up your inventory. Alright, so we're going to do a video today on how to solo a brute. How to solo a brute. Alright. I almost fell asleep again. Uh-oh. Well, you don't want to do that. Alright. Salutations, my name is Phil, aka JCServant. Welcome to another exciting how-to video in City of Heroes. And today we're going to talk about how to solo a brute. And, you know, we can actually just save you guys a lot of time with this video, and it's called Just Roll One Up. You're done. Okay. It really is pretty close to being that good. But really, Brute is an A+ tier solo class. You can put together almost any power set combination and be pretty darn good at soloing at default difficulty levels. Now, some power set combinations will obviously be able to handle tougher things than others. But for the most part, when it comes to doing a brute, anything will work well. When you're creating one from scratch, just look at the different power sets and pick one that works for you and whatnot. But we can talk a little bit. We can talk a little bit about building, you know, strategies for brutes or whatever have you. So brutes. When you take a look at your brutes, and we take a look at let's create a brute for a minute here, and let's compare with the scrapper and just show you what are the big differences you got here. So when you compare a brute with a scrapper, right? So if you take a scrapper, scrappers are your melee DPS kings, right? And if you take a look at, let's say we're going to pick on Battle Axe Head, Battle Axe Beheader here, and we go to Beheader, you're going to see that the average damage on Beheader is 10, right? Now if we go to Brute, and we go to Powers, and we go to Battle Axe, and we go to Beheader, okay, you're going to see your average damage is 9.5. Your average damage is just going to be lower than a scrapper. If we take a look at, let's say broadsword, let's do slash, and let's say, what is that power at level 50? Right, we're gonna see that slash at level 50 is, oh, we'll do Hack. Hack is 100 points of damage, 102 points of damage. If we go to Brute, we go to Powers, we go to Broadsword, we go to Hack, and we crank that up to 50, we're going to see it's only 68 points of damage. 68. Okay? Your base damage is much lower than a Scrapper's, anywhere between 30 and 40% less. But, generally speaking. However, you've got Rage. As you fight in the battle, you get percentage bonuses. It's usually between, once it gets going, which doesn't take very long at all, you're going to see some, we're going to show you some in action. We're talking 100, 150% extra bonus damage. So this 68 easily turns to 130, 150, 160. And can pretty much stay up there as long as you stay in the fight. And will stay pretty high up there. Now, this gets enhanced with enhancement bonuses. So this 68 becomes 130 because enhancement bonuses usually can throw in up to 100% more. So this will become 130. And with your Rage, you're adding in that 100 to 150% more. So just doing some math off the top of my head, we're probably talking like 250 points of damage. The Scrapper, who had like 100 points of base damage with 100% enhancement bonuses, sitting around 200. But that's before crits and other bonuses. So kind of gives you an idea. The Brute is really good as long as you keep the Rage up. That is always the key. You want to keep the Rage going, and it's not that hard. We're going to show you how. But that's one thing when you're picking your power sets. Now, as far as your power sets go, the best advice I could tell you is get in there, play with different things, and see how you like it. A couple of personal favorites of mine. Staff Fighting, which is good on just about any melee, has a lot of nice AoE. It is one of the lower damaging power sets, but at the same time, it's one of the most wide sweeping power sets from what I've been told. Spines is also pretty famous for its AoE thing and whatnot. There is War Mace. War Mace is one of my favorites lately because you just beat the crud out of stuff. Speaking of AoE, I'm told Titan Weapons. I have not played around Titan Weapons a whole lot. I got a new Titan Weapon Brute somewhere I need to fart around with some more. But that one's supposed to be really good. So you got some different ones to play in here, though. Feel them out. See which ones you like. I was not the biggest fan of martial arts on a tanker, but it might work really great on a Scrapper for all I know. Dual Blades is a classic. That one is liked by a lot of people. Now, when you're playing a tanker, you are, as I mentioned with the tanker video, you are very reliant on AoEs, and you want to, hone in on those AoEs. With a Brute, go for which way swings you. Brutes are just good at everything. There is no such thing as a bad Brute. There just really isn't. Your secondary power set are your defenses. And very similar to the tanker, you've got different defenses that play differently. With invulnerability is your classic hands-off, protects you against a whole bunch of stuff. Now, as a Brute, your defenses are pretty high. They're not as high as a tanker. They are working on a patch now that's going to bring you much closer to a tanker, but you're still not 100% completely there. But you are pretty tanky. You're definitely tankier than a Scrapper once you get up into the higher levels. Even at the lower levels, you're going to find out the way the patch is right now, the way things are working right now, if you build a Scrapper and a tanker together, you're going to see, like, for example, this is something we'd like to show people here, but temp invulnerability is where you get most of your invulnerability powers from. I'm sorry, your resistances from. And you're going to see it's 22.5, here on your Brute, 22.5 before enhancements. Now you can enhance this for up to 100, or not 100%, for whatever more. You can get this up to the 30s, no problem, and whatnot. And if we take a look at a Scrapper, and we look at our powers, we look at our secondary powers, and we go for vulnerability, and we go for temp invulnerability, and we hit information here. What do we get? 22.5%. Very similar on both. Now, if I go to tanker, and I go to powers, and I go to invulnerability, and I pick temp invulnerability, what do I get? 30%. 30%. So the new patch is going to bring Brutes up to where they're getting more percentages from these powers, and it's going to bring them right underneath of tanker. So you're probably going to see around 27-28% right here instead of only 22%. So tanker and Brute and Stalker and Scrapper are really kind of neck and neck with Sentinel right below them. They're all right neck and neck. Brute is going to pull up to here with Tanker being up here. So that's what we're looking at. Let me read some comments because we're live streaming this a lot while we're doing this. How to solo a Brute. Pick a target and beat it up. That is correct, Yuki. Lord Chaos says, I've been enjoying Brutes lately. Absolutely. Ghost says, for Brute, the only advice I find is a set that doesn't have endurance issues. They want to go, and keep the rage up. That is true. Yuki makes a great point. As you're building this and you're leveling up, you're going to look to keep your endurance costs low. What is a large enhancement cost? I'm not sure what I'm looking at there. A large enhancement cost. Well, I mean, the large enhancement cost? I don't know. I mean, just what you pay for to buy your enhancements. Scrapper spikes higher, Brutes are more consistent damage-wise. Yes. That is true. But I will point out that Scrappers do have some reliable spike damage. So you have the spikiness with Scrappers. I mean, with Scrappers you have the spikiness in the crits. But you do have things like aim and build up, which give you a really nice boost. And if you take a look at, let's say, if we take a look, for example, we take a look at Scrapper. And let's see, we take a look at Battle Axe build-up on Scrapper, okay? So let's take a look at build-up. Build-up is giving me 100% strength to all damage for 10 seconds on a Scrapper, right? Now if I go to Brute, we go to Power, we go to Battle Axe, we go to build-up, what do we get? We get 80%. Now, remember, we were saying that 1 power is only 68 points on a Brute, and on a Scrapper, it's 100 points. On top of that, the Scrapper is, and really after enhancements, we're talking 120 versus 200, but the Scrapper's getting 100% more base damage, so they're going all the way up to 300, whereas the Brute is probably 60, going up to 120 with enhancements, going up to another 120, we're talking, because you're getting 150, so 90 more, so 210. So 210, and then you're getting another 80% of 60, which is 50, so you're getting up to like 270, right? So your, but yeah, your Scrapper's buildup gets a lot more mileage out of it. That's a lot of numbers. But your buildups, your red enhancements like Enrage, or inspirations, your red inspirations will give you more juice out of them. Absolutely. Okay. Yes, but in secondary powers, when you guys are looking at secondary powers, make sure, if you're a new player, we can recommend Invulnerability. It's the classic. It gives you a lot of good resistances and doesn't require a lot of micromanagement. It's got a heal in there, and then later on you have an emergency kind of heal, and that's about it. So, and the rest of it just protects you against everything. Whereas something for those of you who like a little bit more to manage, I would say Bioarmor. Bioarmor is really not that good, I don't think, on a Brute, because one of Bioarmor's biggest payoffs is the fact that you can put an offense mode and get an extra 20% damage. But we're talking 20% or so of your base damage, which on a Brute is very low. So you're not getting a big payoff by lowering your defenses significantly with Bioarmor on a Brute. So I personally would avoid Bioarmor on a Brute, but that's just me. But you do you. But some of these other sets definitely play differently. Regeneration, for example, is going to be about healing quickly, but not having a lot of great defenses or resistances. Shield defense gives you really good defenses and some resistances, and it has the really cool shield charge ability that lets you basically teleport and smash all enemies in front of you. So that's really, really cool. So you get an offensive power within your defensive power set. And whatever have you. Ghost Yuki points out that Scrapper doesn't have to get going. They can go from 100% from the start. A Brute needs to build up Rage, which doesn't take long, but it's still noteworthy. Absolutely. So you can actually walk up to an enemy and on a Scrapper and sometimes get lucky and kill them right away, whereas a Brute has to work up if they're coming from a cold start. Of course, my favorite is Stalker, because a Stalker can walk right up to a Lieutenant every single time and take them down, sometimes with a sliver health left, sometimes at 0, just knocks them right out. It's really, really cool. Lord Chaos says that Claws, Battle Axe, Dual Blades on a Brute all work nicely. And Ghost Yuki points out that with spines, rage will affect your DOTs as well. I do believe that rage does affect your DOTs. So the thing about brute, I will say my personal take is I like AoEs more on things like tankers, because tankers kill so slowly. You get a lot of value out of AoEs like spines and stuff because you have the time for everything to cook and wear down while you focus on Lieutenant. With the brutes, they kill everything so quickly that you don't quite get as much value out of those, but you still can. You absolutely still can. I tend to give them less priority on a brute. One upside to bio on a brute is endurance management. Well, that's a good point, Yuki. That's a really good point. So we were talking bio. I was saying I didn't care much for it because usually the payoff is offense, but there is actually an endurance modification you can use instead, which probably helps a lot with endurance management. That's a really great point. And then you can always go into defensive mode if you need extra defense. So bio armor might actually be a good choice for a brute. So give it a shot. I have not. To be fair, I have not actually played bio armor on a brute, but I hadn't thought about using it more for that. So there's different, and there's also like electric armor, I think. Doesn't it also have some endurance drain on enemies to give you some of that endurance back? Psionic armor might have something to it as well. Consume Psych, there we go, that's what I'm looking for. Consume Psych will increase your recovery rate by a whopping 10%. You're not going to write home about this. It's a little bit less on here than it is maybe on other classes. 10 plus 5% maybe. 25%. No, okay. And a good regeneration rate buff though. So that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Anyways, let's get back to our... we digress. We start talking in the builds. Let's talk about how to play a brute, which again, just very, very easy. We're using my level 25 brute as kind of the example of mid-level brute. Mid-tier. Okay, so for my powers, what I generally do is as I'm leveling up the brute, I like to put 2 reds and a yellow, unless they've got some other big accuracy or enemy defense debuff in the class. I will usually make sure to put 1 accuracy there towards the end because I hate missing. And then on their defensive powers, generally you just want to play these by hand, but usually one of your early powers will give you a lot of resistance to smashing and lethal, or give you defense to either lethal and smashing, or melee, AoE, and ranged attacks. Any of those 5 are just really, really good, and I take them and I try to get them slotted up sooner rather than later because those are your main defenses. Now here we have Conductive Shield, which gives me resistance to fire, cold, energy, and negative. That's a little bit less of a priority for me. I still went ahead and put a couple of resistance damage in there to bump those up. And then Grounded here is a secondary one that gives me a lot of resistance, including some extra smashing and lethal. So I've gone ahead and stuck that in there. But you play this by ear, play it by hand. You'll see that a lot of these defensive powers are only costing 0.26. So an endurance reduction, not quite as important on these, still pretty helpful to get 1 or 2 in there. As the brutes can be pretty juicy overall. The big one on this one is lightning field. This is my AoE damaging, dealie, which does drain enemy endurance slowly and gives me a nice little taunt. Good for groups, but it is very, very endurance heavy. So I don't really run around with this turned on a lot until I can get some more slots put into it. I've not been prioritizing that because, quite frankly, I kill so fast with everything else. It's not really a priority for me to get that up and running. Whereas with a fighter, that would have definitely been a priority to get up and running as quickly as possible, and whatnot. So, yeah. So let's go and just let's go and just show you a fight or two. But fighting, leveling up a brute pretty easy. Killing with a brute pretty easy. We'll go find. Well, we can just find a mission right here, I think, because we have alignment missions. Yays! Let's go stop the kidnappers. And I do have this set to ×2. So we should get plenty of packs of mobs, as I often do with level 20 characters. This one could probably handle ×3, but I usually keep things at ×2 because what happens invariably is you get a double pull and then you regret life, because 2 packs of ×3s is really tough for any level 20-ish character. I don't care how well they are built. And as Yuki points out, your offensive toggles tend to be your endurance hogs, so kind of keep those in mind. You just want, your mileage is going to vary, but I'd be a little bit more sparing with those. So I've got it currently turned off on this character. Now, you're going to see as I am playing, you're going to see my damage bonus up here from the Rage. We're keeping a close eye on that, okay, guys? And if you're wondering how to turn this on, you can click on Powers. The word Powers above your word Powers here. And you can go to Combat Attributes, and then Base. And there's a whole bunch of things here. And we're going to Damage Bonus. You right click and say Monitor Damage Bonus. I always like to monitor my last chance to hit. Alright, because I hate missing. So we're going to start off with this lieutenant in the front. I don't think he actually sticks around for too long, because he's kind of a storyline dude. Might have done this little story here a few times. Now, as you can see here, my damage bonus after a few attacks is already up to 132. And he's already done. So it goes up very, very quickly, and it doesn't go down quite that fast. Now, it is hard to cap out. I forget what the maximum is. It's either 200 or 250 or something like that. But it doesn't go up to that high very often. Okay, so we're gonna try to beat up this lieutenant here. Now, I do have follow-up, which follow-up is a feint attack that deals moderate damage and can give you a large damage bonus for a brief time. 30% extra strength for 10 seconds. So we're going to get a little bit of an extra bump from that by opening with that. And immediately go up to 50% extra damage and to 80%. So we're going to see, like, even after just a couple of attacks, we get that up pretty quickly. And the poor guy back here died from just my AoEs, just like that. And whatnot. The brutes are it's just liquid gold, man. You just can't. I'm sorry. There's a reason why people play these over scrappers. I don't know. I'm really trying hard to like the scrapper, guys. I really am. But then you come and you play a brute and you're like, oh gosh, this is just maims things so quickly. Now I'm about to get maimed very quickly if I'm not getting any inspirations here. I found the brute's weakness, prolonged fights, where they're all spread out because they won't batch up. Die. Now, one thing I could be doing here is using Taunt. Taunt supposedly cuts their range, so they want to come in close. Really? Let me just double check. I know the Tankers does. I thought the Brutes does as well. Oh gosh, I'm too busy farting around, and now there's a whole nother... Whoa, 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 stop it. No, we're not taunting them again. We're running away. This mission does love to throw like multiple groups at you at once. So let me go outside and rest. And I came in here with no inspiration, so that doesn't help. Yeah, I was too busy trying to fart around with Taunt. And let me just check Taunt real quick, but unfortunately the game interrupted my tutorial. Let me rest here for a minute. I have no inspiration, so that again, that doesn't help things out any. But let's see. If you take a look at Taunt, detailed info, you're supposed to be negative 75% strength to range for 12 seconds on target. That's something that's specific to Tankers and Brutes Taunt. People often say, why would you take Taunt if you're soloing? because they're going to just attack you and focus on you anyways. And the answer to that question would be, normally it brings them in close. Those machine gun guys, I guess their range is just so darn good on their guns that even 75% off allows them to stay outside of melee range. So, yeah. Yeah. So kind of keep that in mind. Let's see if we can get a little revenge on these guys here. So this is both the Stalkers, Scrappers, and Brutes' main weakness are enemies who just want to stay at range. When people are like, oh, I love melee so much, I love it. And these are the guys that I'm like, these is my class cases why I'd rather play a Sentinel. Because as a Sentinel, I don't have to chase these guys down. I literally just take them apart. And with bigger AoEs, it's usually easier to get them all into an AoE. With melee, they all have to be in melee formation, essentially, to get your AoE value. But once you get to them, they're dead. So I'm going to try to taunt that group over there and see if I get lucky. Yeah, I can't get these guys to come in close, so the taunt power is really not doing what I would normally expect it to do, because these guys have such good range, I guess, on their guns that they don't need to come in close. So sadly, you're stuck to just fighting them one at a time, as they invalidate any AoE choices. So, whereas I could have caught all those guys in a rain of fire, and I would have been able to catch at least half of them in a fireball. So if you were asking me, Yuki, the other day why I preferred range, it's because the AoEs still can get a whole bunch of guys, whereas here, now a tanker does have extra range on his melee, and I might have been able to get multiple enemies with a tanker's range on his attacks there. So you see the damage bonus went back down to 60, but after the first attack, it's up to 110, partly because of that build-up. And we'll get through to him right there. Now, at around, it takes around 50 to 80% to be up with Scrapper's normal non-crit damage without any build-up or anything else attached to it. So keep that in mind as you're watching the stats up here. And once you're above 100, you're definitely above Scrapper's normal damage, non-crit damage. Timey line of sighting. Yeah, I've heard like what some people do to deal with that gun situation I was in is they'll run around a hard corner, wait for them to come to them. And I think that's a pretty valid approach to things if you're more patient. I tend not to have that patience. I just want to get in there and kill things. But yeah, you could, for example, we'll grab this guy, we'll taunt that guy back there, and then we'll run around this corner here, right, and make them come to me and try to set them up that way. This just all takes extra time, and they don't always come in at the same speed, but okay, there we go. Got a nice little corner there. So it's good to show off that strategy right there. I still didn't get this one in quite close enough. But the corner trick does work. It does work. It does work. Yeah, and if you like to be in their face. Oh, and you know, unfortunately, Claws is not... I will say, I love Savage. Savage power set lets you jump right over to the enemy. I love jumping right over to the enemy. It is so much fun. Now, I did get quite a few on that AoE. Or the first one, the big circle attack. So here we're carving through a group of like 6 of them without too much of an issue. Well, I would say too much of an issue, and then I start missing a bunch. But there we go. Got through 6 of them, got through them pretty quickly, and had my way with them. So that was pretty good. So with the Scrapper, basically, as you can see here, my endurance hasn't been too much of an issue. I had to take a little knee there more for health than anything else. And if I was full in inspirations, I would have just used an inspiration. But you can see without the offensive toggle turned on, my endurance is really not that much of an issue. Partly because I kill things so fast, I don't need a lot of endurance. So there's all that to keep on. That's why I haven't been really working on that lightning field so much, but I probably should get around to it. Yeah, drag the melee. So a hot tip from Yuki is if you're playing against a group like some of these guys here, and if you have some melee and you drag them, in a manner of speaking, to your range guys and get them all bunched up together, it's not a bad idea at all. But there you go, guys. That's just a short overview of how to do the brute. You know, soloing the brute can be fun, can be easy. I've done several different kinds. I've never been disappointed. Some are a little bit harder than others, but for the most part, they're just all really, really good and really easy. And doing videos like this is really easy as well. And the next video that I do in this how-to series will be just as easy because I'll be doing the Sentinel. And the Sentinel is also super, super easy sauce. So either way, you can't go wrong. Boy, the only thing that's easier than these two is a mastermind. Really, really, really. With a mastermind, boys and girls, you don't even have to worry about moving around, trying to get value out of your AoEs. It just works. But that's a different video on the playlist. For those of you watching on YouTube, let me know what you think about brutes down in the comments below. Thank you guys so much for watching, and may God bless you. All right, so that brute video is done. Yay. Yay for the brute video, brute video. How to brute. Yeah, how to brute. Brutes, brutes, brutes. Super, super good brutes, right, guys? Yeah. Yeah, you move around a lot and everything else. Here we have like an electric sentinel. There's a little bit of keeping them kind of together on that one, but Ooh, this is a healing sentinel. Regeneration. Oh, you got your arachnos to 24. Well, there you go. Get little crab pets running around there. Yeah, melee mobs don't need anything fancy, right? True enough. True enough, true enough, true enough. Most people, I don't know what the exact statistics are. From talking with a lot of people, I get the impression most people switch at 22, right? Because you can buy your 25s at 22. I do it at 30. And, or I'm sorry, at 27. And I buy the 30s at 27. And whatnot. What, Kitty? Kitty wants to say hi. Hi, Kitty. Hi. Hi, Kitty. Hi. Hi, Kitty. Hi. Yeah, let me show you why I wait till 27. So, yeah. Remember, iOS comes in 5s. 25, 30, 35. but you can use them 3 levels earlier than necessary. So 22, 27, 32, 37, right? Here's why I like to wait, and some people like to go a little early. That's fine, but here's, if we go to enhancements, we go to crafted, we go to other, we go to, let's say, damage. So at level 10, you're only getting 11%, right? And it stays 11%. Remember, they never grow as you level up, unless you buy new ones. Now, at 15, you jump to 19%. Now, your SOs at this point are offering 30, 35, so SOs are a better deal. At level 20, which you could equip at level 17, you're up to 25.6%. Getting closer to SOs here. At level 25, which a lot of people do at 22, you're up to 32%. At this point, you're pretty much matching most SOs, if not even beating them a titch as you level up, where, you know, SOs will start falling as you level up. These things will stay at 32%. Now, at level 30, you go up to 35%, which is a 10% increase of enhancement, depending on how you look at it, and about a 5% increase overall to the power. So it just kind of depends, you know, where you're at. If you're using 3 damages, you're kind of hitting the soft cap anyways. But if you're only using 2 damages, let's say, then it's 64% enhancement versus almost a 70% enhancement because you waited a little bit longer. So for me, I tend to... I have 2 reds in most of my attacky powers, except for Buckshot that I, for whatever reason, decided to put a full set of Kinetic Crash into. But you can see here, because I'm getting 2, I wanted that extra 7% enhancement, 6% enhancements. They do not level with you. The attune sets do up to their maximum level. Those will get better with level, but the regular IO inventions, no. They're locked in at that 34% until you buy something better down the road. Yeah, but they don't break as you level up like SOs do. SOs will break. SOs, once you get past a certain level, SOs will get weaker as you level up until they break, which is 3 levels when you go past 3 levels above them. Yeah. Yeah, but the bonuses won't change on IOs with your levels and get lower like SOs will. So, like an SO, if I was to buy like a level 30 SO right now, I'm level 29, that SO will show, let's say, 30% extra damage. But then when I hit 30, it'll drop to 28. When I hit 31, it'll drop to 26. When I hit so on and so forth. Now, when I hit level 34, it'll change to 0. Because now I'm more than 3 levels above it. IOs will stay exactly the same. They won't go up, they won't go down. But if you buy the IO sets, if you buy the attune sets, you notice there's no level numbers above this. These will basically give you the appropriate IO bonus for that particular level as you level up, unless you're hitting their maximum, your maximum on there. Now, there was a downside to this. I can't remember what it is, aside from them being a little expensive. Just keep in mind that as you get past level 30, if we take a look at like, we didn't finish this analogy of the inventions. Notice that from level 10 you got 12%. At level 15 you get 19%. That is a 7% increase. At level 20, it's 6% increase. At level 25, it is going from 26 to 32. That's still a 6% increase. But when you go from 25 to 30, you're only getting a 3% increase. When you go from 30 to 35, you're only getting a 2% increase. From 35 to 40, 2%. From 40 to 45, less than 2% essentially, 1.9%. So once you get up past 30, your improvement per level of IOs drops to only like 2%. It's really not considered the cost and the effort for most people to keep up with that. So you don't see people going and buying a bunch of level 40s or anything. They usually just buy 30 and stay with it until they buy their set bonuses later on. All right. Let's see. What spotlights have we done? We've done Wildlight, Danzig, Aquaforce, Stardust, Cindella, Firebug, and Sirocco. So I've hit all of my major characters, I think. Let's see here. Come on, down, cat, down. Not disagreeing with you, just mentioning that for me, I usually upgrade to IOs at 25 to avoid the SOs becoming ineffective as I level. 25, 35, then set somewhere between. Yeah, I'm not really sure what your point is there, Master Finn. That's exactly pretty much what we've been saying. So you can upgrade them at either 22 by buying the level 25s, or at 27 is what I do, and I buy the level 30s. Now that implies that I'm buying an extra set of SOs that maybe you're not, right? Because I'm buying the SOs instead at 22. I'm buying level 25 SOs rather than IOs, and whatever have you, you know. So yeah. Yeah, if we take a look, in fact, that Scrapper I was just on, or Brute I was just on, is probably a good example of that, right? So, Voltaic Veil is exactly at level 25. Look at that. She's right there at 25. So she's probably still going to be using SOs, right? She's got level 26 SOs because she upgraded a little bit late. So you're looking at these, and they're increasing your power by 35%, right? 35%. Now that will dip a little bit as she levels up into 27, where she'll go to IOs. But your IOs, here's the thing, right? Here's why I wait. This is exactly why I wait. So if I had gone to 25s, it would be 32%. So I'm getting 35% out of these right now. And they were stronger when I was lower level. So these are 35%. The IOs are weaker. Now, is it a huge weakness? No, not really. But it is a weakness, right? It is somewhat significant, right? Whereas if I wait till 30, I'm going to get that same 35% bonus I'm used to having with my SOs. That's why that's why I personally wait till 27, because I don't want a curve that goes up, 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 and then it feels like it stays down here. So what I'm used to having on most characters with SOs is above 30% from my SOs all the way through IOs, all the way to 50. Now there is a little bit of this, because during those levels that you get above the SOs, they tend to dip a little bit before you replace them, right? So it looks more like a little bit like this, but it usually averages above 30%. And whatnot with 25 you are staying above 30%. I suppose it's 32%, but it's not 35%. We're splitting hairs, but I like my little extra 35% because it adds up in my opinion. But some people do it at 25 or do it at 22, 25. They're okay with missing. The way I look at it too is I level my characters pretty slowly. Do I want to have 3% less per enhancement for those long 30s and 40s until I finally get into IO sets? Do I want to have that arm? Do I want to have that handicap? So that's why I wait. I don't mind paying the extra set of SOs because I have money, because from the merit rewards and stuff like that. Yeah, price-wise, yeah, definitely can be very comparable usually. Almost every IO I buy is under 100,000. And if it costs over 100,000, you can always craft it for under 100,000. So, the prices on IOs tend to be kind of capped. It did look like somebody got really lucky with these 25s and bought a whole bunch for 5,000 here, but one person bought some for 100,000. Yeah. But again, I'm splitting hairs. Is there a huge difference between 3% enhancement bonus? No, it probably isn't. And so if I'm being realistic, it's not the biggest deal. Now, if you bought them at 20, you bought your enhancements at 20 and you're down to 25% instead of 30, where you're at 35%, that's a 10% difference per IO. Yeah, I would tell you you're silly. I would say you're silly. All right, let's do a character highlight video. Can I transfer? Yeah, I want to save that last token just in case. We're slowly moving all of our characters to Torchbearer. Slowly but surely. All right, where's our button at? Let's record a new video. Salutations, my name is Phil, aka JC. What is that noise? I thought I was here by myself in Ouroboros. Weird. All right, let's try it again. Salutations, my name is Phil, aka JCServant. Welcome to another exciting City of Heroes character spotlight video. Today, our spotlight is on Kim Archer. That's right, this is a blaster. Now, we've gone past my level 50 characters outside of my farmer. I'm probably not going to do a spotlight character on my farmer, but we've done all my level 50 characters. We're now starting to get into some other characters that I've been slowly leveling up, but these are characters that I've had for years, and they haven't got to 50 yet because I tend to be all over the place. But Kim Archer is so much fun, more fun than she has any right to be, that I have gotten the character up to like 45, 46, 47. I need to go and level up the character at some point here. It's got a little up arrow there, but at this level I tend to be a little lazy about that. Is Kim Archer's picture there, Ghost? That's Kim Archer's picture right there. We're streaming this live, so we are getting some feedback at the time. But this is Kim Archer's street outfit right here. Kim Archer is it's been so much fun to play. I went ahead and made her a street outfit. That's how you know I like a character very much, is when they have street outfit and costume changes and all that other fun jazz. Kim Archer has a little bit of an interesting story where her character concept comes from. But first, let's show you exactly what she is. She is a beam rifle devices blaster. The concept here is a 007 agent type of deal. So she's going to sneak in there and use her devices and a big beam gun to get the job done. She doesn't use a little hand pistol in her jacket. She absolutely gets the job done. As far as extra power sets go, we got some force mastery because that kind of fits in. She has a personal force field device to help push enemies away and give her some extra toughness here. Again, I need to work on this character and flesh this out a little bit. This is kind of sad that I don't have that taken care of. It is a little embarrassing, but hey, what are you going to do? But this is what we have so far. We have all of our beam rifle powers and we have some device powers. And we're going to show you these in action. All right. So beam rifle devices, probably pretty good there. Now let's show you her get into her character outfit here. And that is her super secret spy stealthy outfit. Again, the concept here being kind of like well, we'll tell you some more later. Let's get into a mission and we can talk about her character concept and all that other fun jazz at the same time. We'll just go over to Atlas Park and do a quick alignment mission. It's kind of my go-to for showing you guys how these things work. I believe I've been playing this one at ×3. Usually when you get up into 40s, I start eyeballing ×3 to give a little bit of an extra chance. Oh, we got ×2. Let's see if I die on ×3. We are talking a blaster after all, but you know what? Let's live life on the edge. All right. And let me go ahead and activate her powers here. We'll get those going. Now we use field operative a lot. That keeps us nice and quiet and hidden from people. And gun drone, believe it or not, I only bring out gun drone when I actually need the extra firepower. I don't run around with gun drone turned on because it ruins my stealth. All right, let's see here. Let's do a mission. I just realized I have no alignment missions. That is most embarrassing, but I do have this level 45 mission right here. That might be a little low level because I might technically be a higher level. That might be why I was in Ouroboros. Let me just find a mission through Ouroboros real quick, guys. Kind of embarrassing. I don't have any alignment missions on that character. Almost always have alignment missions sitting around on characters. I recently took this character to the Black Scorpion story arc, so that's probably why. And, yeah, that would probably explain a few things. Alright, what do we want to do? Oh, we gotta take this lock of hair back to him. Okay, whatever. Can you guys just give me another mission? Thank you. Wow. Wow, you guys really want to get your butts kicked, don't you? I was just over here minding my own business. And you guys, yeah, you have very short lives. Actually, let's talk about beam rifle's shtick for a minute here. So beam rifle has a power called disintegration, and you get that by using the disintegration beam. You fire a stream of energy at your foes, which causes them to slowly disintegrate and suffer high energy damage over time. Even after the damage over time effect wears off, they will have their regeneration rate reduced and suffer from disintegration effects for an additional period of time. Using beam rifle powers on targets affected by disintegrate will inflict additional effects. Additionally, if single charge, shard shot, lancer shard, and penetrating ray are used on a target suffering from disintegrate, they have a chance to cause this effect to spread up to 3 nearby targets that aren't already suffering from disintegration. Targets affected by the disintegration spread will also suffer minor damage over time. Now, that's pretty cool. The downside is, normally as a blaster, I like to open up with sniper shot or overcharge, which is the big nuke type of thing, which, yeah, if you want to start with disintegrate so it starts spreading to people and lowers their stuff, that's a little bit of a conflict. Disintegrate doesn't kill much of anything by itself. That's the way it goes. Yeah. If you change your alignment to pocket D, it will get rid of any alignment progress you have in filling up that bar to get your morality mission for 40 reward merits. It'll reset that. That's the biggest thing that happens. And it gets rid of any alignment tips that you have at the time, which is probably why she has no alignment tips. Because the last thing I did was do that villain mission with her. So it wiped out all of our tips. To get more, I just have to kill more bad guys, which you can do anywhere, including you go to Perez Park and kill a bunch of low-level guys. So here we have a whole bunch of guys right here. Now, the thing about this class, this power type setup, is if you think you're going to have a rough go at it, you want to put down traps in advance. You can put down a trip mine. That'll trip them up if they get close. You can also shoot them with a smoke cloud ahead of time to lower their accuracy in case they do get in close. And then you can go in and you can blow them all up with overcharge and watch them all melt. And there we go. That, boys and girls, is the power of the blaster. That is living the good life right there. But you can see now there's always some sort of stragglers that survive through that. Mostly the ones in this case that were outside of the AoE. And that's where the caltrops and the trip mine will come in to back me up if it gets a little too ugly. Okay. Now, this is a 0070 agent. We want to use our stealth to look around, make sure we're not getting ourselves into any unnecessary trouble. You are ultimately playing a blaster class, and a blaster class loves to get in trouble and get their ass kicked by getting overwhelmed on a very regular basis. So we want to be a little careful with that. Our big nuclear blast is down, but it comes back in 10 seconds, but we're not going to wait. We're going to say, what if we were to get past without all of that? Then that's what we're going to use right there. And we're going to get a bit of an alpha blast, and we're going to slow these guys down. And just start taking them out one at a time. Now, the thing about this is now the disintegration spreads, and we just start shooting fish in a barrel. That's kind of what this class does when the AoEs are down. It's not exactly the AoE god at all. It is, however, a shoot fish in a barrel savant. It is very much like, okay, you're dead. You're dead. Oh, come on. What is my chances to hit these guys? 95%? I'm about to say I've been missing a lot here. Just die. I'm like bragging about how fast I kill things, and it's like, no, they want to live today. But you can see most things are just dying with 2 shots. Boop. So you sit back from a range and you just go pew, 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 pew. You know? So it's really, really cool. Our big boom is back online. We do have a lieutenant in the middle of this, so he might survive the big boom. He might not. We're going to find out. You're going to notice I really didn't do any prep there. I knew most of those guys were going to die. But you're going to see even lieutenants don't really stand up too well to the melting power that is beam rifle. It is pretty gnarly. So let's talk about this character concept while I kill out some more groups here. Now this can be a little rough because they're all the way up there and I'm all the way down here. And yeah, this one could be a little bit of a tough pull here. This is where we definitely want to be just a little prepared. And it doesn't hurt to do a smoke bomb. Smoke bomb, the cool thing about this is it lowers their chances to hit, but it doesn't start combat. So that's always nice. So the character concept for this character comes from 2 characters. One character you guys probably know about, and the other one you probably have never heard of before. So the 2 characters in question, wow, okay. That was most unfortunate. The 2 characters in action or in question are Kim Possible from the cartoon series and Kate Archer from the the video game No One Lives Forever. Now this is an old first-person shooter. A lot of people don't know about it. And in that game, you play basically a female 007 agent. And there's a lot of British voice acting, and it's a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that game, and I enjoyed the character. They did come out with a sequel, No One Lives Forever 2, and that one had better graphics and was set, I think she was, if I recall correctly, we were attacking some sort of Asian-y village or something like that. Japanese or Chinese or something along those lines. But in either case, you were using all kinds of little gadgets and gizmos as well as your guns. It was ultimately a first-person shooter to dispatch foes, just like she's doing here. So it was a lot of fun, and so this one, and that's why I ended up naming her Kim Archer. She is the combination of those 2 characters. And at first it was just kind of a concept I had in my head to give it a shot. It turned out to be a lot of fun. I had my reservations about this because the AoEs on this are not numerous and they're not great. And now things are about to get more difficult. And because you've only got Overcharge, which is your big nuke. You've got Cutting Beam, which is a widespread, you know, beam, and then you got piercing beam. And piercing beam is not really much of an AoE. It's more like get 2 or 3 guys who are stacked on top of each other type of thing. It's not even a great AoE. So you really got 2 AoEs, and that's it. And one of them's on a really long cooldown. So at first I thought this would suck donkey balls, but it turns out this actually ends up being a lot of fun because the single target damage is so good and so quick, and with Disintegrate spreading weaknesses and extra effects onto other people, it ends up making up for the lack of AoE rather quickly. And then the devices gives you, on tough pools, gives you the survivability that you need as long as you predict those problems in advance. If you rush in and you don't predict those problems in advance, then it can be a little bit of a sucks to be you situation. So we're going to see this is a pretty gnarly pull right here, particularly for a blaster. And there's not a lot of great ways to spin that or put that. It's just going to be bad no matter what. We're going to let the Caltrops. Caltrops, the most overpowered thing in the game, bar none. We can go ahead and put down, whoops, my remote little guy to help me out here, because I could use a little help now. Little guy will help you tank for you too. 007 agent here, just using all the tools at my disposal to take care of this rather difficult pull. Oh, that was most unfortunate for him. And just shooting them down one at a time, that's what you do. Boom, 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 boom. And that's how it goes, right? Yeah, that's how it goes. Now, if reinforcements spawn right behind me during the middle of a fight, yeah, my big strategy there is just to run. Actually, what I do have is the almighty. I'll pull out. I'll show you my trump card here for get out of jail free moments here. Again, it doesn't hurt to remember to put smoke grenade, lower their chances to hit a bit. I'm gonna try to let one of them get on top of me here. Hopefully one of these guys wants to be a melee fighter for me. Oh, you know what? The problem is gun drone's going to kill it. Can I get rid of you? Well, let's dismiss you. Oh gosh, there's more of them. How come there's always more? Alright, so now they're close in. We'll put on repulsion field. It would help if I wasn't actually knocked down. Things don't work when you're knocked down. And you can see there it knocks them back. Keeps them off of me, the way nature intended. What is this thing protected with? Die! Screw with you with... Yeah, I have no clue. How do I get past her deflection? Last chance to hit, 8%. She's got like that invulnerability bubble up or something. I don't know what that other enemy has. Are you vulnerable again? Did you take down your cheaty power? I literally have an 8% chance to hit her. According to the last hit chance meter right there. Eventually you'll shoot her. Yeah. Eventually that'll work. But yeah, repulsion repulses them away. So it is my get out jail free card if things are getting a little hairy. I have built this character to handle a few emergencies over the years. I'm gonna bring this little guy out and have him help me. Oh, I haven't turned on targeting drone. Targeting drone is so important, guys. You're going to see my damage bonus here is now 80% on my first hit. He really contributes a lot to your damage to hit. Targeting drone is part of this, is just incredibly good. Incredibly good. Oh my gosh. It is so good. Don't forget to turn on your targeting drone. Don't be like Phil, guys. This just got even easier. Targeting drone is like top tier. 80% extra damage to my opening salvo? Yes, please. Now, she put on that same power. I now have a 30% chance to hit because of targeting drone instead of 9% chance to hit. So, I mean, we'll take what we get. 30% still pretty low, but... yeah, it's like 3 times the chance to hit with targeting drone. So, yeah. But anyways, that's my overview of Kim Archer. Yeah, this will be the first blaster. I get the little 50. I don't have a little 50 blaster just yet, but she'll be the first one to get there. Do you guys solo blasters a lot? You do, you know, with blasters and soloing blasters, and we'll do a how to solo blaster video. So, you know, it definitely can help to have powers work well together. And you really got to figure out your exit strategy if you're going to get overwhelmed and stuff like that. Look, the reality is if you're soloing a blaster, you are going to die at times. That is baked into the cake, and you're going to get sent to the hospital at times. And Kim Archer is certainly no exception to that. And notice that those two were together, and that thing didn't hit both of them. I swear it is like the worst AoE power ever. Am I being held? That is so rude. Keep in mind, if you're playing a blaster, you can still do your T1 and T2 powers while you're held, so yay. Yeah, you're dead. But anyways, yeah, super fun class to play. You'll occasionally die, but as long as you play it very carefully and very smart, you will not only cream things, you will cream things pretty darn quickly, and that tends to make up for the occasional oopsie trip to the hospital. Usually at low levels, I don't play with this many times, and when you're only playing with like 3 enemies at a time, like what I got here, and I'll put down caltrops just in case, but this is where a sniper shot to open things can come in real handy. That did not officially sniper. That's rude. I was kind of hoping to show off a good sniper shot there, and it didn't quite work out that way. Caltrops, man, worth their freaking weight in gold. Like, I think with devices, you got a couple of really bad powers. Yeah, I guess I can't stop this video without showing off Remote Bomb. Remote Bomb is like the big capstone power, one of them. But it's so hard to use because it's PBAOE and it's got long animation time. But it looks really impressive when you finally get it off. So there is that. There is that. I'm secretly hoping some of these guys will survive here just so I can show off the PBAOE bomb. Alright, you guys just volunteered to be guinea pigs. Let me see. Remote bomb, go! So you have to get up right on them, you have to put it down, and then you gotta trip it like that. It looks impressive, it just doesn't do anything. What do I have to do to target one of these guys? Why? Oh, am I confused? I'm confused, aren't I? Boy, I tell you what, Sunshine loves to get mezzed. I was like, why can't I shoot any of them? Oh, they're all my allies because I've been confused. But they can shoot me, that's rude. Anyways, you guys let me know what you think in the comments below of this beam rifle devices blaster build. Easily handling ×3, no problem. And this is before we get, I don't think I have any SO or IO set bonuses. I don't think. We're just using straight up non-set IOs right now. So obviously if she had some great defenses from those, she'd be even better. We have, if we turn off stealth for a minute, we've got some decent defense, actually. That's not too shabby for defense, backed up with not the worst resistance. So with set bonuses, this character will be pretty kick-archery. Yeah, we only like confusion when enemies are confused. We don't like it on our own characters. So anyways, thank you guys so much for watching our videos. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. And until next time, may God bless you. Okay, that one's another one. Yeah, beam rifle's very strong because of the minus regen. Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, they die quickly. Oh, I shouldn't have used the big blow up on them. Well. This also, I forgot to mention, but this really doesn't group as well, unless you're grouping it with other blasters. That's pretty, or other beam rifles. We found out that can be pretty cool. Ah, he hit the trip mine I put down. I knew I'd get value out of that trip mine one day. Star Trek Online. I've heard a lot of good things about the storytelling in Star Trek Online. I'm a Trekkie person, so I've been tempted to do that. I honestly have been thinking about what's going to be the next MMO I cover or something, because I'm kind of curious if I did like a separate YouTube. I probably would have to do a separate YouTube channel because it would screw up, I think, people too much if I did it all through this channel. But what if I was, what MMO or what game will I cover next? Because in the past, I've streamed a lot in the past, guys. Honestly, nobody wants to watch me play Xenoblade Chronicles, it turns out. Yeah, Ghost Yuki, that remote bomb on this character is completely useless. It practically is a death sentence. At level 50, I'll respec her, and I'll probably respec out of it. I don't use it a whole lot at all. It's going to be like some of her powers are situational, and that's fine, but that one's pretty bad. That one's pretty bad. Oh gosh, he's just walking right up to me. Rude. Give him a sniper shot. Now he's a dead minion. I like how no one comes in and checking on their friend that just died. It really does give you this 007 feel. Wow. I was about to say I still didn't aggro anything. Lieutenant down in like 2 or 3 hits. Gotta love that. Ouch. You are not very nice, Cray. You're also dead. You were also never really a threat to me. And disappointment to your mother. So what you do is you combine force field. Oh gosh, I'm watching my health here. You combine force field with caltrops, and that wastes even more of their time. Yeah. Am I confused? Son of a gun. Well, I definitely almost bit the bullet there that last time, and I've used up most of my healing inspiration, so there are some challenges, but it's another day in the land of blaster dice, let's be honest. Half the time, I don't use the tools I should use to lower the difficulty of the encounters, like the debuffs and stuff, because I think I'm going to kill them first, and it doesn't always go according to plan. Like, most of the time when I die, it's my own hubris. Yeah, they do like their moments of glory. Oh, yeah, so a couple of other MMOs. I think MMOs stream really well, right? Like, again, nobody wants to see me play. I just bought Dragon Quest VII Remake. I have so many thoughts on the Dragon Quest games, but I don't think anyone cares, and that's fine. There's a lot of things I don't care about from other people. I'm not saying that as a woe is me. I'm saying that as a statement of fact. But people do like to watch, like, life servicey games, survival-y games, and MMOs to some degree. And it just kind of depends, but those tend to stream a little bit better. I was kind of hoping that would do more damage there. Anyways, when it comes to MMOs, some of the ones that have caught my eye, Guild Wars 2 has a pretty good story and it's pretty solo-friendly. I don't know how solo-friendly Star Trek Online is, but I know it has a lot of good story to it, and I'm a Trekkie fan. So it would be interesting experiencing those different storylines and sharing those. Then there's the Old Republic. I've heard lots of good things about the stories in those as well. Mostly games that allow me to solo well. I think one thing that's really worked well in the City Heroes YouTube community here has been my videos on soloing and the more quiety lifestyle within an MMO type of deal. I think that has really kind of resonated with people. And that mission's done. Am I going to combine some inspirations to make a res? No. I got a ton of reses already sitting in my mailbox. And reses, half the time, I can't even use them because the enemies are standing on top of my corpse and I have to go to the hospital anyway, so I think reses are a little overrated in solo. Good if you got a group that'll clean up after you die, but yeah. I've been tempted to check out the new Dune MMO. Rather play this game for now. Yeah, I don't get excited about new MMOs because, you know, they're beta and they're a mess, and then when they come out, they're still a mess, and then even if they're not a mess, they're feature light, right? And they're not, you know, they need to get their features up to date type of deal. You know, they can't compare to the features that you find in a game like City of Heroes, where we have so many quality of life things in this game now. It's not even funny. Yeah, I imagine with the Old Republic, yeah, you do it for the stories, not necessarily for the gameplay. Whereas with City of Heroes, it's the opposite. I do City of Heroes for the gameplay, not for the story. I'll be honest with you guys, I don't find the story in City of Heroes to be very compelling at all. I'd rather listen to an audiobook while I kill things in City of Heroes. And whatnot. Yeah, but you guys have to be specific. Like when Master Finn, when you say well stated, I don't know if you mean to me, to somebody else, because there's a delay in everything. So, you can't rely on the timing of what you're saying to give it the necessary context for me to discern what you mean. So don't forget, guys, you know, when you write something out, you got to be a little bit more, you got to be a little bit more, you know, more, I've heard personal force field is supposed to be good for getting people out. I'm going to listen to you guys for once. I'm going to do personal force field. It seems silly to me, but you guys keep talking about it, so I'm going to throw it in here as my other get out jail free card. So one of you guys was saying, what happens if a group of enemies spawns in behind you? Personal force field is supposed to be that answer. It essentially gives you 50% defense on top of what other defense you have, making you very, very hard to hit. But it does make it to where you don't do any damage to anybody else and whatnot for as long as it lasts. Which, actually, it's a toggle, so that is a really good get out of jail free card if you just need to get away, right? You should be able to walk into a group of enemies. Actually, we can test this on a group of enemies. It's usually 6 months to 2 years before most games are playable after launch. Did you guys hear about Monster Hunter Wilds? Let me, while you're answering that, let's see. Hopefully I got another alignment mission by now. Oh, I don't have alignment missions because I'm in the middle of a task force. That makes sense. Ooh, Callisti Wharf. Yeah, for personal force field is definitely run to the elevator type of deal, to be sure. To be sure. Have you played on any other servers? I'm thinking of trying some others. Well, do you mean like private server setups outside of Homecoming? Because if you're just talking about like servers within Homecoming, I played almost all the servers at this point. Yeah. But if you're talking about the other private servers, no, I would never try the other private servers because they're not official NCSoft servers, and I don't care to invest a lot of time into something to have NCSoft pull the plug on it. Let's see here. So I'm gonna try to piss these guys off. I'm just gonna shoot one, and then I'm gonna force field myself up and see what happens. I just want to test this force field here. So here's my personal force field. Yeah, shoot me all you want, bitches. Yeah, I'm invulnerable. Yeah, life sucks for you guys, doesn't it? Yeah, also sucks because I can't shoot you. Nothing goes in or out of the personal force field. That's funny. Look at this. They're going to be here all day. Uh-oh. Whoa, oh, I felt that. I felt that. I guess they do have a 5% chance to hit. Something's going to get through eventually. That is funny. Okay, admittedly, this is pretty funny. This is hilarious. You have to take it down, though. What you do is you combine these two things together, and now you push them away. Oh, maybe that doesn't work because this is still up. Yeah, that's probably true. The minute I took down the force field, the repulsion field kicked in and pushed them back. Ah, that is a great combination. Let them come and get on top of you while you got personal force field on, and then repulse them away with repulsion field as soon as they're all get together. They just go. Yeah. 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 Yes, exactly. Once NCSoft said Homecoming had their official support, it completely ended my desire to play other things. I think Master Finn echoes my sentiments most succinctly there. That's exactly right. Exactly right. BRB. Alright, we are back. Well, I think Masterfin, when he said... Oh. No, you're right. Are other servers empty? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so, but let's see here. Oops. The funny thing is I mostly mute all of the talkie channels, so I don't like the phrase private servers that can be shut down while Classic is doing me resets of Classic and not giving the servers linear progression for Classic Plus. I mean, yeah, I don't know about not liking the term itself. It is what it is. Private servers do get shut down all the time. So it just depends, right, on what you're looking at. Yeah. The private servers can absolutely be shut down. Yeah. But I am moving to Torchbearer because it's more quiet, but I wouldn't say it's dead. I do see people around quite often. I would definitely not use the word dead for that one. Reunion's pretty quiet. I do some of my villain work over there for the videos. And I still had somebody come by and give me a buff the other day. I'm like, I didn't want a buff. No buff. I like how something held me over here real quick. Rescue Howard. Let me just rescue him quickly. Oh, wow. It's a very popular place. You have these 2 pages of characters on Torchbearer. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm going to have 5 pages of characters once I get enough transfer tokens. What, kitty? Cat, you're being a pestilence. There. What else? Oh, we were talking about MMOs I might also play. And then there's kind of some live servicey type of games. Pal World. I did have a little bit of success streaming Pal World back in the day, and it's about to hit 1.0. Or did it already hit? I'm getting it confused with something else. Cat! You are being a pest. There's ear scrunches. Is that what you want? Now, I'm trying to save Howard Quigmally. So if you wouldn't mind not being a pest, I would appreciate it. It would be nice if when you had that run activated, if your jump got you over the railing. Yeah, you definitely got cat stream right there, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh gosh, there's a whole bunch of things down here. It does, I will say, it gives me a little chance to do this, to do this, to do this. Okay, alright, whoever told me about personal force field, you were right. You were right all along. This is like the best power ever. Holy cow. Force field. Did you guys see that? Totally turned that situation around. That was an instance of somebody coming up behind me. And I just turned around, force fielded, got inspirationed up. And then turn on repulsion field. And then turn the tables on all of them. That was beautiful. That one brought a tear to my eye. Okay, I'm convinced this is the most tanky blaster you could possibly ever make. Totally. Where'd he go? What kind of power set? So it is, I believe, personal force field. You guys can correct me. Force mastery is one of those epic power sets on the hero side. And oh boy, this is the best thing ever. This is a blaster's dream come true. And it feels thematic for her too, right? It absolutely does work for this character, 112%. He just blasted him through a wall. That's just love. Or she just blasted. They all keep blasting through the wall. That's freaking lovely. I cannot finish this quest if I can't target them. There's been a real bug with this area lately. Where I've now seen this a lot with this map. Ah, do not hit that button, Phil. I've been seeing it quite a bit with this map where whenever I hit enemies, they go right through over to this room over here. There's something weird going on, and I don't know what it is. Okay, I'm getting tired of being held by this guy. But not tired enough to actually do something about it and use a break free. Let's see here. Yeah, so if you want to join our Discord server, the link is in the description. Very easy to join. If you would like to join the Discord server. I have to hang out and chat. In fact, I could join the voice there right now. Does anybody want to chat this morning? There we go. I'm in the chat. So you blow them through the wall, you got to come back here and finish them off. And that's the way it works, right, Wandering?
Yes.
Good answer. Good answer, good answer. We're all about killing Cray with our completely overpowered blaster build. This is ridiculous. Whoever came up with this is a genius. Oh, wait, that was me. How are you doing today, Wandering?
I'm doing well. I was trying to do the Valentine's thing, and apparently I don't understand how to... Supposed to have like a villain or something, destroy something in order to get. Apparently I brought in a villain and couldn't destroy it, so I'm doing something wrong.
Ah, wow. Couldn't tell you anything about that. I am very eventless. Too busy fighting hordes of crays with this completely broken blaster.
My only level 50 currently is a blaster.
Oh, come on. Seriously? They somehow spot me through my stealth and hit me and immediately hold me? Backstabbers. But the nice thing is I have personal force field. How are you guys still hitting me through a wall? That's cheating. You gonna follow me here so I can blow your candy asses sky high? Hey Gru, how are you doing today? Alright, we're gonna blow all these guys sky high now. I'm in a bad mood. They must all die. What up? I heard somebody join.
Oh, that was me.
It's a Mr. Tom. It's been a while, Mr. Tom.
Yeah, Tom's been getting murdered in life.
Stupid real life getting in the way of what's really important, which is video games.
Right. Congratulations on the milestone, buddy.
No, well, it's all of y'all. Everyone working together, joining up, all that other fun jazz. That's what makes the magic happen.
Morning.
What up? What up, what up? Funny Bones says hello. How you doing, Funny?
Morning, everyone.
Hey, can you hear us? Should be able to hear us. Somebody text him. Tell him we can hear him. I'm killing too many crays. There we go. Text message. Where's the message button on here? Message. We can hear you. There we go. Groovy, groovy, groovy. We're killing some cray. Get the cray computer code. Aha, I hear beeping in here. I'm gonna kill these guys just because they make me unhappy. One thing is making a PB or blaster, and once you have flight slotted, your range attacks with range. Yeah, you can definitely fly and do that too. Definitely. Teleport foe. Crayfishing! Okay, that's funny. I wasn't expecting the crayfishy. That's pretty hilarious. Jazz, can you hear us? What's really funny is watching these two guys just try to attack me over and over in repulsion field. They get all like, look at that. Isn't that the funniest thing you've ever seen? They're like, we finally got to her. Yay! Yeah,
Can
this
you all
is...
hear me here?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Oh,
Gotcha.
Hello?
Oh,
Can you hear us now?
yes.
Good.
Excellent.
Yeah, because I was sending you text messages. I'm like, we can hear you. Like, what's really funny is they get all excited, they get a few punches in, and then they get blown away. I was just thinking too, guys, for my scrapper. So one of our listeners, I was talking about making like something based on regeneration, probably a scrapper or a stalker. And he suggested ice melee with regeneration because ice melee slows things down, has a really good ice slick that really lowers incoming damage because they're too busy getting off their asses. And I've been trying it out. It's been working pretty good. But now I'm imagining it with the force field. If for some reason my scrapper is still getting overwhelmed, gets into trouble, put the force field up for a while, the personal force field. That makes it to where no one can hit anybody. You can't hit them, they can't hit you. And just sit there while regeneration does its thing, fills you back up, and then turn it back off again. This is the best thing ever.
I was looking at building a new scrapper too.
Yeah. It's it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm kind of a guy that if you tell me something's off meta, it attracts me to it. And Scrapper's definitely off meta.
As a blaster, what do you think pairs well for a blaster? A tank more or a scrapper?
Oh, definitely a tank because when you get up to the higher end stuff, and I mean you don't have to wait very long with a tanker and a blaster. You can pump that up to ×4 pretty early on and get up to higher times later on. You need them holding as much aggro as possible because whatever doesn't get mowed down in your blast is going to come after you. So tanker will definitely keep them all tied down. Plus the tankers have better kind of like, it's low end, but they tend to have better AoE overall. So they're going to help you wear them down with your AoEs. Let's see here. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. On teams, if you build a force field tune, you can use repulsion field to herd entire groups into a corner. Oh, that sounds pretty sad for them. Let's see. Your description of a scrapper with force field waiting on regen sounds like hibernation. What's hibernation? I have to look that one up. Ooh, so much fun. I remember kicking baddies off the tops of buildings with my regen martial arts scrapper. Yeah. Is there anybody home? There is no pain in receiving. A distant ship smokes on the horizon. Yeah. What am I even attacking these guys for? I just need to get the codes at the end. I'm a spy. I'm not a barbarian. We're not here to kill everybody. We're here to get the codes.
I mean, you were just talking about going off meta.
Yeah. Where's my mappy map button here so I can see where the end of this place is at? Man, I always feel like I'm flying blind without reveal.
Oh, everyone in the Discord, how long have you been playing City of Heroes?
Oh, I just got back to it recently, but I was around at launch.
Yeah, I played a lot during live. Then I played a little bit when Homecoming came around, but I just got back recently.
Yeah, same. I remember when it launched, I think I played it every day after I got off work till like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and got back up and went into work. So I think I came back around 2018, 2019, took some time off, and now I'm coming back again. And it's just amazing to see that the game is still going strong as ever.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Community's been great too, so especially for quiet guys.
I've been playing Fortnite with my son, so I share with him. I'm like, hey, City of Heroes was the Fortnite 20 years ago, right? Fortnite took a lot of similarities from this particular game, and this game is still going.
Yeah, I just got done playing, well, for now, I guess, the new Dune game with my son. It's just not a lot to do once you hit in-game. unless you're in a large group.
It looked really interesting. That just came out, right? The Doom game.
Yeah, yeah, it was good. It was good. It's fun, you know. The story's good.
That's good. That's
But
awesome.
yeah, now you're just waiting on something new to come out.
Staff regen brute is fun. Yeah, staff anything is fun. I really like staff. In fact, I'm probably going to play my staff tanker after this for a bit because I want to get her up a couple more levels. COH is the best classes and emotes today. I can only agree with you on that one. Funny, like the mastermind and the controllers and stuff. The dominators are really a lot of fun. But especially with masterminds, I don't think I've played a game that lets me do so much with pets. It makes me really feel like I'm supporting the pets. I like to play support classes. But that's hard to do when you're antisocial, right? It's hard to play a priest normally in Final Fantasy if you got no one to heal, right? But with masterminds, you can absolutely play a single-person support class. WoW's been adding it in lately with delves and stuff. You can absolutely play support solo nowadays. So my cap is off to them. Oh, we lost somebody. To all in chat, what was your best macro? 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 What kind of question is that? See how that has anything even close to control. Oh yeah, and the ability to lock enemies down is insane. No video game, much less MMO, lets you have that kind of power and control because it wouldn't be balanced. And yet, strangely, here enough, it feels really good and feels balanced enough to me. Yeah, you hardly see me use macros. I use them for costume changes is all I use them for. And even then only on some characters I really like. Take care, Mr. Ghost. So, Jazz, you there?
I'm still here on the chat and Discord. I was also chatting in the chat room on YouTube as well.
So what is your favorite archetype to solo?
What is my favorite one to, what'd you say?
What's your favorite archetype to solo?
So I find myself gravitating towards a defender healer.
To solo?
Let me explain.
Yeah.
I consider myself going around buffing people soloing. So all I do is just follow people around and take care of them. Sometimes I would just follow a random group. Sometimes I would get on the team. But I would just sit there.
But that's not soloing.
I won't even get any offensive powers.
Yeah, but that's not soloing, bro. That's literally the definition of grouping.
I know. Solo. So I guess you can say I'm not a soloer then.
Oh, okay.
I'm a teamer.
You only play on teams. You don't get out there and try the solo game.
Mostly, at least in this new era, I have not soloed in the new era. In the new era equals homecoming.
Yeah, no, they definitely made most of the classes outside of Defender pretty solo-able. Controller was a little hard for me to figure out, but with Controller you have to go for certain you have to go for Arcane Bolt in the sorcery line, and that totally makes it much more soloable up through the lower levels. Of course, once the pets come online, most controllers can solo pretty decently. Yeah, but just about every class. When I was doing a tier list, every class was an A or a B, which is above average, right? Only Defender was a C, because Defender is a little rough to solo.
Good defenders are almost impossible, and this is why I was mentioning earlier that I think I'm going to make a scrapper to go that solo route and hit those missions. I haven't done that yet in the modern era.
Yeah, the scrapper, I think I have it A minus, and the brute is an A plus if you like melee characters, because the brute just has better defenses and they're about to get better, and it does have steady damage. But the scrapper is what I've been playing lately because it's off meta. So I'm like, how can we make this work?
I want to try a new power set, so I've never done um, a debuffer type archetype where you go around, debuffing the enemies and and taking that power, energy, and giving it to my teams. I've never played that type, and a lot of the city of villain types I haven't really got down, like the brutes and what's the other one? Mastermind, I think it is.
And there's Dominator.
Yeah, domination. Yeah.
Yeah. So
much for me to explore.
let's read what people are saying here. Let's see here. The setup to assign all manual mastermind commands to number pad is amazing. I'm sure it is. I just don't like to use the keyboard with my right hand very much, but I'm sure it is. To his defense, some support builds don't really shine as well as they do on teams. Well, of course, that kind of goes, without saying, particularly when it comes to a defender, whereas with a mastermind, you can support entire teams, or you can just support your bots and they all feel pretty good. The most macros I ever did back on live was the Peacebringer. Did the bit where changing form would also cycle through my power trees appropriately. Very nice. Also, mastermind might feel like a support, but very soloable. Correct. It is a support, but it's also very soloable because you got a team built into the class, which is, honestly, that's the way to do it. Honestly, what they did with Defender was they tried to make it soloable by saying when you're soloing, you get a 30% damage boost, because your secondary is damaging, but 30% of nothing is nothing. As I like to use the analogy, if your car was stuck in second gear and only going 20 miles an hour, and you took it to mechanics, say fix it, and they gave it back to you, say, okay, it's 20% faster. You're like, so it's going 24 instead of 20 miles an hour? That's still slow. I needed it fixed. They didn't fix it. It would have been really nice if they gave the defender access to some basic pets, that would benefit from that would benefit from the buffs or the debuffs or whatever have you. That worked only in solo somehow, maybe, so it doesn't take over mastermind. I don't know, or they really need to buff the damage in solo. It's really funny because it's clear that the inherent ability of the defender is supposed to help it solo. It serves almost no other purpose, and yet it doesn't do the trick. So now to your point about playing somebody who can Jazzman, who can kind of debuff and everything like that, you might want to look at Corruptor. Corruptor has very good damage, and the secondary is support secondaries. It's the same as the primaries you find on defenders. So you're getting the same powers as you would on a defender, but the damage set being in a primary means it's going to do more damage, base damage, and then on top of that, you got the corruption mechanic, which kicks in extra damage when enemies low on health, and helps it to approach blaster level of damage at times. And you have things like radiation, kinetics, things like that are really good, even in solo play. So corruptors are actually a pretty decent choice for soloing. I only have it in the B tier because you do have to be careful about what power set you're choosing. It will bite you in the butt if you pick something like empathy, which does not solo very well. Empathy is a good healing set, but only mostly heals and buffs other people, not the caster. So, but you can take a look at Corruptor. I played quite a few Corruptors. They're pretty fun. Unless I chase you away, then they're not fun. Did we lose him? Did we lose Jasmine? Come back, Jasmine.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm reading the comments too on YouTube.
Did you hear what I said about Corruptor?
Absolutely, and that's a great suggestion with the Corruptor. So those are all the new types. Well, I won't say new, but all the types I got to explore. There's so much that's been added
Have you
in
seen
Homecoming.
Have you seen any of the videos or when we created the Fallout Queen?
I'm not sure. I have been streaming your videos like almost daily at this point. They just pop up in my feed and I watch them all day. And I've been watching your builds and your run-throughs. I'll go back and find the ones on the Corruptors.
So, well, we're doing a new series of videos on this character called Fallout Queen. She's a community-created character, and she's Corruptor. I think it's Nature Blast, or Storm Blast, and Radiation Secondary, which definitely has a lot of enemy debuffs. And I've already unlocked the most broken power I think I have ever seen in the game, which is, it's a low-level power. And honestly, if this only worked on one enemy, I thought it would be broken. But it works on an AoE basis where it lowers their to-hit chance by 25%. And let's see, lowers the to-hit chance and lowers their defense, which increases your to-hit chance by like 25%. And you're just like, bro? That would be a gnarly support power anywhere, in a team, solo, whatever. But yeah. That's incredible. That's broken. That's what that is. That stuff is broken.
Yeah, it looks like I need to check out the Corruptor. Send the Fortress, just mention it in the chat, on YouTube chat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it is pretty good for solo. It's basically your soloable defender. Yeah, essentially. Sin is right. They probably can't do anything more because at some point you're approaching being a corruptor. If you increase the damage, it just feels too much like a corruptor. So, yeah, I don't think they'll do anything more. And the best, I think when I do a how to solo a defender video, it's just going to say in my video, roll a corruptor. It's going to be like a 10-second video. Those cray, yeah, they do like to stun you. The scrapper propaganda? Oh no, what's the scrapper propaganda? I'll be right back, I gotta take the cat out.
To continue the conversation on macros, so I program macros all the time, and I really like them. On one of my blasters, I had it. I can't remember what it was, but I had my blaster go through a set of powers, like build up and aim, buffs to get ready to attack a large group. So just hitting that one button did about 2 or 3 moves, and of course made it yell my battle cry at the same time. So I thought it was cool using my macros. So in my current build, my defender, I think I have a macro on just about all of her powers, her buffing powers. So I'll say something, letting the team know I'm buffing them, letting know a target I'm buffing them, or letting a target know that I'm taking powers away. You know, it just adds some interaction to the game from my perspective. So I really enjoy the macros. And I think it's just cool just to try to program them, because it takes me like 30 minutes to figure out how to get it to work. Never works the first time.
Which is why I don't do them. I don't want to spend time programming. I want to kill things. I already spent too much time doing problem solving at work. Stupid paying job. But yeah, they can do some really cool things, and I'm glad they're in the game. Like, change my outfit. And I do have a video people kept asking for, like, how do you do the change the outfit thing?
I was thinking of using macros to kind of have, you know how like the classic Batman where he punches and every time he punches they say something? I was thinking of doing like a martial artist or something similar, but have him dress up as a wizard, so they call out their attacks as like mage hand and mage foot.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I'm using them right now. Combine them with some powers and some catchphrases. This is fun.
I'm working on a robot with kinetics. What are your thoughts? You're gonna cream things. They're just gonna die. There will be much pain and suffering from your foes. That's my thoughts. I was thinking of tuning a Scrapper Stalker. Weird too because they're so similar stat-wise. Go with Stalker. Stalkers rock. And the right way to pronounce it is Stalker. In case you're wondering. I love Stalkers. Just so much fun. So much fun. I enjoy classes that make me feel like there's a payoff for me, you know, kind of being a little bit more tactical and smarter. And Stalkers are definitely that because you are managing your crits, as you often hear me say. You're managing your crits, and if you manage them well, you will kick all kinds of butt. They are a little janky in this game. For some odd reason, when they're spawn-ins, they see right through your stealth and invalidate your class, which is always a little frustrating. Yeah, the Stalker. Now you're getting it. I just hear people mispronounce it all the time, and it drives me a little crazy. I hate to be that guy, right? Because it generally gets on my nerves when people correct me about pronunciation. So I don't want to be the pot calling the kettle black type of deal. But when people mispronounce Stalker, it's just really... It's just not right, you know?
What about putting the emphasis on the right syllable?
Man, they need to just pronounce Stalker correctly. That's all that really matters. Wait a minute. What if on this... Wait, can I click on glowies while I'm invulnerable from the force field? Just run around and click on the glowies? Oh, fudge. Fudge. This is not a good place to be in. That was stupid of me. Ah! Oh, they've got so much knockback. Let me blow you guys up. Okay, we need a timeout, boys. We need a timeout. Oh gosh, wow! That I turned it on. It didn't. In my time of need, the force field let me down. I said it was the best power ever. I lied. This is the most stupid power ever. Yeah.
This chat is really fun. I'm going to sign off. Do you stream on Sundays, Sunday mornings?
My schedule, well, my most steady streams are Friday nights and Monday nights. Weekends are just hit or miss based on weekend activities.
Oh, great. I'm on them Friday nights as well, so I'll keep an eye open. I have notifications set, so... but no, this is great. Thank you for having me on. And everyone in the YouTube, if you haven't done so, hit the like button. Otherwise, everyone have a great morning, great day. I'm Jasmine. Catch y'all later.
Okay, take care. Well, I can't stealth... So there's 29 glowies to look through, Master Finn. I'm sure it's just find the one right glowy out of the 29. But every time you touch a glowy, it unstealths you. But what I'm wondering is if, with personal force field, if I could then... Well, can I touch glowies with personal force fields? We'll give this a shot for science if I get my ass kicked. The problem is, oh, I have to shoot the crates. Oh, I can't just search them. I gotta... Yeah, I'm gonna have to blow all these guys up. I can't stealth my way through this many mobs and blow up glowies at the same time. So it really is pretty much a situation where I have to do that. How can you stealth? When you attack, you come out of stealth. I have to blow up the crates. And there's enemies around the crates because I got the difficulty set pretty high. So the density of mobs in this is going to be a little bit on the high side. Now, if it was just like 1 or 2 glowies, I could at least rush those 1 or 2 glowies and be kind of better off for it, but... Yeah, and even with clickies, if they're clickable, as soon as I click on them, that also drops stealth on any character I've ever been on. So unless the clicky is away from enemies, it can still be pretty bad. Boy, these Cray, man. These guys. Allowing the mobs to destroy them for you. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could do that. Confuse them, destroy them for you. I mean, it's just going to take a long time because they'll start shooting each other. They won't necessarily go after the glowies, but sure. That's definitely one possible approach. There's so many crates that have to be destroyed. So many. Oh, shiz. That was a mistake. I'm going to do the around the corner trick here. Get my little buddy to help me out here. You gonna shoot him, gun drone, or are you just gonna stand there picking your nose? Stupid gun drone. I'm not familiar with this mission. I've never seen someone do it. I believe this is one of the new story arcs, Master Finn. I can tell you for a fact when I'm done, but I'm pretty sure this is one of the new story. Well, now this one lets me click on it to destroy it. It wouldn't let me target it, so some of these are click on to destroy. That's interesting. Because that first one was a shoot to destroy, but I can't target the... Now that crate is a shoot to destroy up there, so that's kind of interesting. Wow, I'm really getting tired of being knocked back. It is not fun. Oh, come on. Can we cut it out with the knockback? I think some boxes are just flagged differently. Like, yeah, like yeah, maybe, yeah, I don't know, because that one had enemies around and I couldn't click on it. I don't know. I'm just going to keep clicking on them and get through them. So that one's got an enemy next to it, but I can still shoot it. It's targetable. would help if I had my targeting drone out. Oh gosh, these guys got a force field. Ah, lovely. I'm going to use all the advantages possible in this one. You got cancer. You're dead. This is definitely one of the new homecoming missions. And I think the objective here, one of the things that they do in these missions is kind of make them, some of them anti-stealthable. So you can't just like rush to the end and get the thing. You literally got to kill everything in your way. This gameplay is an advertisement for the Sentinel! You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You are absolutely not. All the knockback I'm suffering here just screams, why aren't you playing a Sentinel instead? That is true. I can't lie. I can't lie. That is hilarious. Like, you're going to tell me so here's the funny thing, right? I had people constantly, beat me up for playing a Sentinel. And, originally my streams and videos and everything were very Sentinel-centric. And people said, why would you play the Sentinel when the Blaster exists? The Blaster does so much more damage and stuff. And these guys just couldn't understand. It's like, you know what? You're not doing a lot of DPS when you're on your face or on your back. Let's put it that way, right? It's pretty good though with force field. They have a hard time hitting me. But I can't do anything else. Interesting. Yeah, you gotta love the knockback. Let's see here. I mean, why do that? You punish that style of play instead of rewarding it. Yeah, I guess it's to reward the people who didn't take stealth and make them feel validated, I suppose. I don't know. As the saying goes, your DPS is 0 when you're dead. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I love the Sentinel. The Sentinel is always going to be my favorite class. This is my favorite Blaster, but my favorite Sentinel ranks way above the favorite Blaster. My little 50 Sentinels just go in here and wreck. And they have no regrets.
Was it Archery Blaster that got rated worst according to the, or got selected at least according to the yearly report they did?
Ooh, I want to say so. Our archery is pretty bad, so that would definitely track. One day I'm going to make an Archery Blaster or Sentinel just to prove the point even further. And because I do occasionally like doing off-meta stuff. But I also, the thing about archery for me is it's not only that I find the DPS to be wholly insufficient for a blastery set, but the sound effects and everything are so bad. It's just doop, 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 doop. And I've tried a couple different mods. There might be one I'm missing. I need to try a couple more. I needed something. And then the third problem for me is the power fantasy. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm the guy who thinks Hawkman and Green Arrow are like the worst characters ever. They somehow rank below like Daredevil for me, which is pretty low. I'm not interested in S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm not interested in Daredevil. I'm not interested in very low-powered people in a superhero world. I'm here for the superheroes. So I don't care about a guy with a bow, which is like the and I think we posted this on our channel the other day in the Discord server. It's really funny, but in our tabletop server, we were talking about guns and bows, and this is in Pathfinder D&D tabletop gaming. And one of the players says, he says, have you ever tried to rob a bank with a bow? It doesn't work. Everyone run for your lives. He's got a bow. Said nobody ever. So that's the other reason I don't like just whether it's in the comics or it's in a video, like in a video game that has superpowers, I should say. I'm not saying I never like a game with I like Horizon Zero Dawn. She's got a bow. But it makes sense in a primitive society. In a society with guns, rocket launchers, laser beams, optic blast, adamantine claws, and everything like that, the guy with the bow seems like the least intimidating guy in the entire room. Even the Punisher, which I never even liked the Punisher. He's a guy with a gun. And he's got a vendetta. Woohoo. So does Batman. So does every other guy. But you know what? There's a lot of really high-powered guns out there. Even like in these types of situations, there's high-powered guns. Guns can do a lot of damage and are very accurate at a distance. Probably more accurate than pointing your finger at somebody and hoping that the raid's going to go right towards them. But it's a trade-off. You choose to be a brawler that can engage with enemies with no fear. Dynamite arrows. There is, what's really funny, Lord Chaos, is within the archery set, there is explosive arrow, right? An explosive arrow does this big nuclear blast that feels very satisfying. Like, it looks very satisfying. It's super awesome. There's just one problem. At least from what I was playing. Maybe I forgot to put some SOs in or something, but it does crap for damage. It's like maybe up there with Fireball. So its effects seem a lot more awesome than Fireball. But its damage is like Fireball damage, which isn't very awesome. I think I know why I set this one at ×2. This is a little bit of a drag with her at ×3. She just lacks the AoE punch of a lot of other blaster sets Beam Rifle does. I'm really kind of stuck with really just 2 AoEs. And one of them's that nuke that's on a big cooldown. There's a reason bows aren't used as much anymore. Yeah, they could definitely use a buff in my opinion. But I'm willing to give them more of a shot. I've only played on a Corruptor. Maybe the Sentinel and the Blaster Bow is just... could be awesome sauce. I need to give it more of a shot. I really do. That's a whole bunch of cray. I don't know if I'll wait 20 more seconds. I guess I want to wait 20 more seconds for my big power to come off a cooldown here. She did get all of them. Like, you wait for the big power to come down, and it's It's not too shabby. I mean, she has a blaster, so that group went down pretty easily. Yeah, she does have hasten. It's right there on bar number 3 there on a 57-second cooldown right now. Well, I mean, total is like 3-minute cooldown. It's not perma hasten. I don't have set bonuses yet on this character, so we don't have any recharge bonuses, sadly. Global recharge bonuses. I don't even think I have luck on the Gambler on her, which honestly, there's definitely a lot of things I could do to make this character more efficient. I just kind of wait until she hits 50. Yeah. Oh, there's oh, you mean in real life, Ghost Yuki? Yeah, absolutely, completely fair. Absolutely. I figure Bozo would enjoy debate, really getting their point across and have it sink in. Oh, I see. The knockback is going to drive me crazy. It's okay if I'm doing it. It's not okay if they're doing it to me. Could also buy Zephyr knockback protection. This is definitely a great advertisement for knockback. Knockback protection. Don't travel without protection. Oh, I seem to have made some natives angry here. Whew. That was a little rough there. Son of a gun. On the irritating powers. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Definitely a little tougher on ×3 with this character, that's for sure. She definitely needs set bonuses and stuff to be able to handle that reliably. It honestly wouldn't be so bad if they didn't have so much gosh darn mez. knockback, slow down, all of it. They're freaking cray, man. All right. So one of the things that with this one, well, and she does better if I kind of prepare for the things in advance. With that group, there was no preparation because I didn't know that they were going to come at me from around a corner when I killed the crate. And then realized blowing up a crate would drag a whole bunch of people around a corner. So that was kind of a little different there. So pay attention if you're blowing up a crate, like right there. It might attract everybody from the left and right side of the hallways at the same time. So yeah, that doesn't help. So like, is destroying this crate going to pull those guys over there from over there? And that's kind of a little iffy, but you never know. I mean, I assume it's going to get these guys on the left here. Wow. The force field didn't help. It's so weird. Well, I guess because you still got to fight. You can't lower their chances to hit you below 5%. And if they just roll a couple of 20s, I guess, when there's that many people hitting you, you're going to get a couple of 20s once in a while, and then it just kills you. Yeah, this is definitely getting a little frustrating for me. Normally, I don't have this many problems with her, but then again, I set up to ×3, number one, and number two, cray. The endless knockback is so frustrating. And yeah. Yeah, I will say one of the unlike with most blaster types, I feel like you can kind of thrive on the big AoEs, but this one only has one AoE and it kind of sucked. I mean, it's a good AoE. This one right here is a really good AoE, but then anything that survives that, you're kind of... Wow, you gotta love that the crate got my automatic hit on that. No, kill the guys. Well, with dodge tanking, I assume you're dodge tanking from full hit points with somebody who has a decent hit point pool. When I'm putting up that thing as a blaster, it's an emergency button. I'm already low on hit points, so all it takes is one more thing to get through, and it's kind of game over. So when somebody first mentioned this power to me, the personal force field, as their get out of jail free card, I kind of said it felt silly to me because you can't shoot out of it, right? So I don't know. I'd rather have a power that maybe does the crashing thing, because usually you got similar powers with crashing, right? Where it'll make you near invulnerable, but then like 90 seconds later you'll crash. And I almost would rather have one of those, because at least with those you can continue to do the damage and finish the fight. Whereas with with personal force field, you can't finish the fight and stuff. Yeah, no one likes dying over and over again. Yeah, no. Nope, nobody does. And now I'm fighting a whole bunch of oranges over here, so this will be interesting. Gonna put down all the preparations this time. 200 damage % bonus you think would kill a few things. Yeah, somehow the lieutenant still survived that initial salvo. But they're all dead now. Yeah, problem with reds in solo. Oh, so Hibernate seals you in ice until you're fully healed. Oh, that's very interesting. Gun drone is going to get me killed. Okay, that I don't understand. So if they see your pet, they automatically know where you're at. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. What would be a good secondary? Go with Beast Mastery. Yeah, I like Marine Affinity or Marine Support or whatever the hell it's called, Marine a lot, because Marine debuffs enemies and buffs allies around that enemy while it's running, and you get bonuses for enemies that are killed in the pool and all that other fun jazz. So, and there's a heal that heals anybody around the enemy. Well, no, the heal's a cone. The heal's a cone, but I think it debuffs the enemies at the same time. So you can be targeting an enemy as long as your wolves are nearby. It'll heal all of them. So I've been enjoying Beast Mastery Marine quite a bit. Absolutely. Okay, you can sort of do these stealth. Some of these anyways. While I got personal force field up. So if they do target me, they got a pretty good miss chance. Like that. There we go. We found the secret, boys. Just use force field while stealth, and you're probably going to be okay. How many missions are in this story arc, Sunshine? Okay, I'm going to set the difficulty back to ×2. I swear I hit mission teleporter. Oh, can't do it while force field's up. It's another one of those effects. That's funny. Maybe. Or maybe it's not truly off of cooldown. There's a UI issue. It'll show something off of cooldown. It's not off of cooldown. Oh, maybe it's because I have to... Oh, there it goes. Weird. No, I think I just wasted that. This is a Yeah, that's a waste. I'm wasting things. You have to just go to Virus from Justine at Independence Port type of bullshit. It's not a mission. Boy. It is February 8th. I think last year we were up to eyeballs in snow. This year it's like 70 degrees, I swear. Let's see how hot it is outside. 47? Doesn't feel like 47. All right, Master Finn, thank you for hanging out today. Yeah, I'll be doing some things in a bit. Let's see here. Oh no, not Dungeon Fighter Online. Oh no, I've done that before. That one's too old school even for me. Wondering if you play Dungeon Fighter Online?
No, I haven't. I've heard it's related. I heard that it's a game that inspired. What was it? There was a. There was an anime that was about a guy who was really into competitive MMO stuff, and supposedly it kind of inspired some of the stuff, even though it wasn't really the same at all. I think I need more caffeine because I can't remember the name of the anime, even though I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, I think what this lab needs are more floors.
Think how solid these buildings are with how much of them is just solid building and only so little bit that it's actually hallway or anything.
Man, there is like one of these maps, 5-story maps on a couple of story arcs there, doing those on my solo Dominator without pets is so painful. There's just so much to kill and do. It was a kill all too. It's like, son of a gun, there have to be this many floors. There we
I
go.
always,
What's that?
I always hate the kill-alls when you're in like a Circle of Thorns cave system.
Defeat 20 Cray? Really? Where am I going to find Cray? Supposedly around here. So taking from your friend's Titan weapon tanker, he wanted to build, instead of a scrapper, I'm making a brute fort. Tried it at 50 on 4.8, not a problem at all. Sounds about right. The other thing we really probably don't love about City of Heroes story quest are hunting for things outdoors. Where's the Cray? Where's the Cray? Where's the Cray? Is the Cray over here? Is it over there? Where's the Cray?
Yeah, like the other day, somebody was starting out new. Fairly early, they were on Mercy Island looking for the snakes, and the fact that one of the best places to find snakes is on top of buildings. Where's the logic in that?
They want to get a little sun bath. Yeah. And I'm using that map plugin. It's like, there's a whole bunch in this section. I'm looking. I don't see them. They're like, in this huge section, there's probably like one Cray somewhere, and that's why they put the notes in there. Oh, here he is. A sniper, just up here by himself. Aren't you super cute? That's pretty much it. There was a couple of snipers up there, and then that's it. Hit him with the cancer beam. Oh, yeah. Nine Cray left. That's how you get down to 6 real quick. Three, count them, 3 left. Ooh, whole bunch of them. Come on, die. Nobody likes you. Perez Park. Ugh. Perez. How you doing, Yuki? There was another pirate princess in here earlier, and I couldn't tell, or earlier in the week, and I couldn't tell if it was you or a pretender. These guys are all hanging out in this nasty ass cave down here. You guys have definitely lost your objectivity here. Oh, I hate this room. I hate this room with a burning passion. I can never find my way out of this room. Yeah, whew. I've gotten lost in that room for 5 minutes at a time before. That particular room right there in the caves. And the lighting does this thing no favors. Four lefts will get you out? Maybe, right? So has anybody heard about Monster Hunter Wilds and the big update they recently did? Or does anybody not care? No one plays Monster Hunter anymore.
I like the concept, but I've never played it.
So I really like games where you feel powerful and also have that are soloable with the ability to group, right? But are pretty soloable. So Monster Hunter checks a lot of those boxes, though unlike Earth Defense Force and Muso and City of Heroes, instead of you fighting 17 things at a time, you're fighting one big monster at a time. You're taking out this one big monster. But the animations are done really, really well. They do a lot of things really well in those games. I've played them for years. But the last one that came out last year had quite a few performance issues with it and whatnot. Well, they have finally fixed it, boys and girls. Monster Hunter is finally fixed. It took them a year, but the latest performance update that they did finally got it all fixed. And this is why I say, as much as I like these games, don't buy them. Don't buy them until they're completely done. which sadly for some games is like a year or two. Sometimes it's never. We'll wait for reviews and stuff like that. And by the way, this lady has stunned me or something. She stunned me. But I'm still shooting at her because, you know, you're a blaster. Even when you're stunned, you know how to shoot people. What am I now, sleeping? Oh, dang nabbit. Wake up. Stop being mezzed to death. There we go. Yeesh. So I need to re-download and play it. A friend had bought it for me last year. I played it for about 20 hours. It was fine on my computer, but that was because in a way it forced me to buy a brand new computer. It was mostly NVIDIA's fault. So I updated the drivers because I thought the game was running like buttholes because of my drivers. So I went ahead and updated those. Well, in updating the drivers, it made it to where the computer wouldn't work anymore and show up on the monitor. There we go. 52 reward merits. Holy schniza. That's a lot. It was a long quest line, but holy cow, that's a lot of reward merits. Oof. That'll help Princess get an ATO set or two. Well, get her one piece of it, I suppose. What mission was that? So somebody was asking me what mission that was. Let's see if I can find out what it is by looking at my list of missions. Oh, I haven't called the contact yet. There we go. All right. Oh, I should have seen what contact that was. It was some lady. Is it on the run? That's the only 40 to 49 she's done. Let me see my notes and see if it has 52 reward merits on that one. Yeah, 52 reward merits on the run. Countess K is your boss. 2 kill all, 2 hunts. Last time I did this and I timed myself, it took me almost 2 hours. It took me 1 hour 40 minutes. And it's good reward merits per hour if you can complete it that fast. So that's not too shabby. So that one's on the run. Yeah.
Heroes seem to have decent reward merits for the hero's side and its level.
Yeah, it's just some of these can take a while. They're just more unevenly paced. Then villain sides are almost all within the 30 to 60 minute range. But overall, you make more merits per hour on the hero side. And I've sent a note to the devs, like, it's basically on the average from all the things I added up. The heroes get 1 more merit per door on average. So, you know, that story arc right there is 11 doors. Now, that's a lot of doors, right? Your average villain is 3 doors and you get rewarded. But you're going to get 8 reward merits, you know, or 5 reward merits, or whatever the case may be. This was 11, with 2 of those being kill-alls. And but it gives you 52 reward merits. So 11 and 52 is a little under 5, right? Like 4.7. But like you'll do the villains, if I take a look at some of the level 45 villain ones, and it's 3 doors for 8, 3 doors for 10, 4 doors for 13. There is one that's 3 doors for 15, but it's 2 kill-alls. So, you know, if you did, let's say, Corrupt Revenge, which is 3 doors for 8 reward merits, and if you did that 3 times in a row, that would be 12 doors, which would be more than on the run, and it would only give you 32 reward merits instead of 50-some. So that's where I'm like, there is a disconnect, I think, between heroes and whatnot. There is a villain one that I did took me 85 minutes, which isn't quite 110, right? It's 8 doors, not 11. It gave me 20 reward merits. You know, like, that took me over an hour, and it was 8 freaking doors, and you only give me 20 reward merits? Ew. So yeah, it's just on the low side. Like, when the developers make a new story arc, a lot of those tend to be about an hour, and they're about 20 reward merits. I kind of think of 20 reward merits for an hour, which is usually about 6 doors. They usually take 10 minutes on the average. I usually kind of think of that as the gold standard. So if it's taking me longer than that, now you're going to have, obviously, if you're playing a Dominator controller, it's going to go slower than if you're playing a Brute. But, yeah. But a lot of hero ones are really long. Looking at the list of 44 missions, the level 44 missions, I'm seeing like 11 doors, 15 doors, 11 doors, 13, 13, 8, 13. And then you get to a 6 and a 3 finally. That's your level 44 missions. Like, oof. What about level 50, Phil? Well, 1, 1, 1, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3. So far, so good. 4, 4, 7, 5, 6, 6, 13, 13, 15, 16, 14, 20 mother effing 4, 22, 15, 16. You get to some really, really beefy ones. Hey, Uncle Sloth. You get to some really, really beefy ones. So the villains are just better, like overall it's better pacing. So villains, when you look down there, it's 8, 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 2, 3, 2, 3, 7, 3, 3, 4, 6, 3. There's nothing with 11 doors. The longest is 8. Most of them are 6 or under. But they're only given like 8 merits, 5 merits, 7 merits. Now, the thing I would point out to people, and I point this out quite a bit, if you're playing villain side and you're playing red side and it's bothering you that you're not getting a lot of merits per hour, you need to play it like a villain. Period. If you want it to be good, you got to play it like a villain. And, oh, I want to play this character. But what does that mean, boys and girls? That means you got to stealth a lot. I'm sorry. That's just the way the missions are set up. You got to stealth a lot. How you doing, Uncle Sloth? How's it going? So I'm more just playing WoW this morning. See, Uncle Sloth wants me to switch to WoW, guys. He's talking me into it. Should we turn this into the WoW cast? The WoW stream? Were you playing with friends? Were you playing by yourself, Uncle? What was the dealio there? Let's see if this character can handle ×3 here. Oh, Ellie says no on the WoW cast. See there? Ellie wants to see the solo tanker cast, which is what I'm doing now. Woo! Super job, yeah. Tankers rule. We're soloing. We're doing a solo tanker. We're gonna do this times 3 and see if we can get a little bit more, XP per hour. Because this character, I want to get this character up. Oh, not one of those stupid freaking. I hate these force field things. Yeah, die force field thing. Nobody likes you. Where are you going, buddy? Don't run away from me. You gotta get your stick up your rear end. Boom. Playing solo. Doing delves this morning. Trying to get my Traveler's Ox filled out to get all the goodies. Okay, alright. Fair enough. Oh, that's the way I came in. Oh gosh, there's so many oranges in here. I don't understand why they keep making these enemies so high level. It's rude. See, am I trapped in here with them guys, or are they trapped in here with me? You decide. Don't run, you'll only die tired. Exactly. They do like to run, too. Where'd he teleport off to? Oh, there you are. Don't run away from me. Stop it with the stupid teleportating away. Come take your lumps. There you go. That's better. Do. Well, I hate to say, but my tanker's got to run. Ah, got to run faster than that. Tanker gonna die. What happened, tanker? What happened? You're supposed to be a tanker. How'd you let him kick your butt? Anniversary up to the ability to transport off server. Transport off server? How does that work? hate these force field generators. Oh, it would help if I didn't have super jump turned on. That would be very helpful. There we go. So yeah. So those who do want to play the classic again, yeah, I'm not really sure what all that means exactly. I have to say, the whole classic server setup at first blush seems very confusing to me. Thankfully, I have very little desire to play classic. If I play WoW, it's always modern. I don't want to take forever to level up this one character and harder to solo than normal. Though WoW was known for its soloability back in the day, because compared to other games like it, it was definitely more solo friendly than some of the other older ones that were out at the time. Hey guys, what you doing over here? Waiting for me? Well, you shouldn't have. It was the third time of having to go into Burning Crusade. I travel for work, so I don't have enough time to keep up rebuilding the same characters to get less done. Well, why would you have to rebuild the same characters over and over again? So that's something I don't... like, what's the point? Like, why would you feel like the need to do that? Honestly, playing it back in the original day was enough for me, so there's no reason why I would ever want to do it 2, 3, 4 more times on top of that. The popular server died for the new servers. I guess first I need to understand the cadence of how things work over there. I need to do some research, I guess. I haven't done it because it doesn't super interest me, but it's more of a curiosity than anything else. So what, they starting up new classic servers all the time, and each of these classic servers are going through, like, so you have like World of Warcraft original, and then eventually it releases Cataclysm or Lich King or whatever. But now, once this one moves on to Cataclysm, we're going to start a new original server up here, and then this is going to move to Cataclysm, all this is, and then another one comes over here, and that's going to keep moving up. Another one's going to go, is that what you're saying? But then, why would you want to keep making new characters on the old server? Why not just keep your character moving, you know, on the original servers? because you're saying a lot of people then go and create new characters because they want to start all over. So the crowd is the one that wants to start over and over again with these new servers, and they're leaving the older classic servers depopulated as a result. Mission complete. More Sky Raiders? Can we get off the Sky Raiders? Oh, well, we could do Circle. That's even more exciting. SOD, so hardcore says no ability to transfer characters from the old servers. Yeah, that sounds horrible. I mean, I would just play retail and call it a day myself. I struggle even already with the concept of going back and doing the old things where leveling was so grindy and so slow. Compared to today's, nowadays we kind of expect to get up there quite a bit earlier. Back in the old days, it was still slow. So I'm the guy, I played World of Warcraft Original for 4 months. And I was only in my 30s on my mage. And everything just felt so slow compared to single-player games. Leveling was so much slower than single-player games. So I play a lot of single-player games. So now it was cool. That first 4 months, I was getting a lot of dopamine from like, wow, this is a big open world. There's other people running around. I like the economy system. There's a video that I have up of why solo players like playing City of Heroes, and a lot of that just touches on MMOs in general, of why why solo players can like MMOs. And I was definitely getting a lot of those kind of like dopamine hits types of deals there within World of Warcraft. But the slow leveling, and you just don't feel powerful. You can barely take on one thing at a time at times, depending on what class you're playing. I swear. It was horrible and so hard earning any good armor or anything in there. Why would you want to go back to that? I don't understand. Retail puts you into a coma? How so? I can hardly think of anything more coma-inducing than taking 8 hours to go from level 40 to 41. Because I remember, like, on retail, back in the day anyways, I assume it's this way on Classic, but back in the day, I have my chop power on again. But I literally took a clock and timed how long it took me to get from 40 to 41, soloing, mind you, and it took 8 hours. It was just so long to level. And you're doing kind of the same rotation over and 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 over again. But granted, that's in solo. Maybe the key is like, yeah, nobody plays, Classic without doing a lot of teams and being in guilds and stuff, which is completely fair. Oh, this is like the tanker's worst nightmare is a single lieutenant by themselves. Yeah, we need to bring you over here with all these other guys. Only then can I feel validated. Well, these things aren't getting through my defenses, so that's nice. Oh, look at this. A whole bunch more of you guys right behind me. Isn't that exciting? Oh, that's getting through my defenses. I feel like I'm on a ghost farm here. Just keep killing all the ghosts. Eventually they'll die off. Ooh, that was kind of crazy. Oh, I've got the wrong character art up for a while. Kind of lost track. I die more. It makes you more fun playing. The leveling past 40 is 8+ hours and 50s. Yeah, it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. And I don't know what I think when it comes to dying a lot in that game. What exactly is the strategy? So I feel like in City of Heroes, I have a lot of times I have a lot of ways to deal with more difficult situations when I crank up the difficulty, right? You have the inspirations that are really powerful. You got toggles to turn on and off. You saw my blaster, you know, how the strategy of when to turn on the repulsion field was very important, things like that. But I feel like in World of Warcraft, I've got, you know, like taking my mage, for example, I've got Ring of Frost and I could turn one person to a sheep. And that's it. And it just didn't feel like there was a lot of tactical depth to handling, you know, combat situations. And if it's more than 2 at a time, there's no question I have to run away, right? There's just no way I'm going to handle more than 2 or 3 at a time. Whatever that magic number is, there's just no creative way to overcome that difference. Okay, his attacks are going through my resistance there, probably because it's all fire. And I have very low fire. I have negative fire resistance. I would just ride the wave of service to progress in later expansions. Okay. I started playing WoW when the Burning Crusade was retail. Okay, cool to know. I know Uncle still plays retail. True. Now, I will say, Duman, I don't know if you've tried the delves in retail, but delves really do, at least for me, maybe I'm not a great player, they are definitely been providing me a single player challenge, because you can, every time you succeed on a delve, you can then do the next delve at a higher tier, and they don't just make the numbers go up; they make the difficult, like the mobs, the bosses will get different attack patterns, very much like a raid, you know, kind of attack patterns and things like that. They'll add new mechanics, new permutations to the variables, or whatever they're called, to the dungeon. So I have found those to be a very engaging challenge, and you do get an NPC to help you out. So there's a few more moving pieces and wrinkles to add to it. I don't know if I would still put up there with City of Heroes in terms of having that many tools to deal with situations, but for me, I use backpedaling with my warrior to fight multiple mobs. Paladin is green level NPC farming in 5+ groups. I don't know exactly what that means, but yeah, I mean, you can obviously backpedal a bit and funnel them a bit. I mean, I'm not saying there's no tactics at all, though I don't really, think backpedaling is a big thing. But yeah, it is a tactic. Sure. Yeah, I just didn't find it. I didn't find Classic to be like a very engaging. Again, I come from playing a lot of solo RPGs as well. So if you're playing like Monster Hunter, which is definitely a pretty build-heavy solo RPG, and you have a lot of different tools in your tool shed for dealing with difficult monsters. Different ways you can go with your build on the fly, change things up. That's another thing about City of Heroes too, is your build makes such a difference. Whereas like in World of Warcraft, in a leveling experience, I didn't really feel a whole lot. You're just going to pick, I had this equipment, has better gear score, has better, it's got intelligence, I'm a wizard, yay, right? It wasn't like City of Heroes where you're like, well, if I equip one more endurance, that literally cuts my endurance like by a third, my endurance cost, or I go for more damage because that really increases, my damage by a third. You know what I'm saying? Like, the gear wasn't very engaging. I don't know. Yeah, but now with the new with modern, and the the difficulty you get with delves, and if you're into groups, there's mythic tier dungeons, all that jazz. But I'm talking mostly from a soloist perspective. The delves really do give you this incremental increase in difficulty that I felt was something I couldn't. Now, to be fair, you have to get to level 80 before you can engage with that. The leveling process is as you put it, can be either mind-numbingly boring or slightly challenging if you're picking a squishier class or whatever the case may be. But it also goes by really quick nowadays. They clearly want you to be at level 80 as quickly as possible. I mean, hell, they're shoving level 80 tokens in your face. So once you get to level 80, you start getting to delves pretty quickly. As like pieces of in-game challenge. For spirit stam farming items. I don't know what spirit stam farming items are. I know spirit was important in Classic for regenerating my mana, which is no longer an issue in Modern. So, not that they were trying to create a problem in Classic, right? But it's kind of funny. There are games with like slower stamina systems, particularly when you think about the mobile games, right? They give you like this fake stamina. And you can only do the dungeon so many times and you're out of stamina, but we'll sell you the solution for some money. Now, Warcraft's not trying to take your money with the stamina, deal or anything like that. I'm not trying to paint that picture. But it does have an artificial problem, and that is the mana recharge deal, where you have to sit there and eat and drink and wait forever for your character to get back up again. So yeah, spirit items to try to make that process. It's an artificial problem that has a somewhat of a solution in those spirit items or whatever the deal may be. But in Modern, they just get rid of the problem altogether, because it turns out, lo and behold, that people don't like waiting forever to get back into the fight. Who would have guessed? So it kind of went the way of the dinosaur. Every once in a while here in City of Heroes, I have to take a knee, and people practically lose their shiz if I take a knee too much in the stream. They're like, "Hey, does your character have some endurance issues? You know, have you slotted up stamina?" They can't even bear to watch me take a knee for like 8 seconds, which is much faster than the drinking time in classic World of Warcraft. Yeah. Yeah, stamina would help with the recuperation, hit points, spirit for mana. Sure. Did she just breakdance to herself? Oh my, you get 5% XP for each level 80. You have up to a total 25. Leveling ults is so easy now. I like the story time, so sometimes I'll level. Yeah, that's a big problem, Uncle Sloth, is in doing some of the old content, I hit 80 before I experience it all. And I do like the their version of flashbacks where you make an alt and you're going to experience the story in classic World of Warcraft expansions, but you tend to out-level them too fast. I think you can freeze your leveling, but you shouldn't have to do that. What should be an option, I don't think this would be hard to implement, just make it to where when I hit 80, the quests still work, everything works just fine. I have the option to keep playing, and I just make a ton of money instead of, obviously I don't need any XP at 80. So I just make a ton of money, right? That would be like the ideal solution, I think. And just let me make money while I'm playing the content that I like. I do like this tanker though, by the way. This was a good suggestion by you guys to get me to solo a tanker. You did a good job on this, because this isn't the fastest thing in the world, but it's fast enough for me. And the staff animations are fun to watch. You guys, get close so I can hit you all with my cool staff moves. Stop spreading out. This is why taunt is important on tankers. Somebody asked me, why would you take taunt on a solo tanker? It's because it reduces their range. So it forces them coming within bow staff range instead of sitting back there at a distance, hitting you with their freaking range powers, which, as we all know, is cheating. I like the City Heroes' ability to follow story arc and going back. Yeah, and what I really like is that you always get good rewards for it, right? The merit rewards are valuable. Even if it's not the most fastest farming in the world, you're getting to enjoy your thing and making substantial increases while doing it. Plus, at level 50, you're getting good influence drops from enemies at level 50 anyways. So, you're getting a really good reward by doing flashbacks as a level 50 character. Absolutely. I understand that about retail because the end is the journey. Well, not really, Damon. I think I think there's... So, what is the end of World of Warcraft? Is it really hitting max level? Or is it hitting top gear score? Is it really hitting max level? Or is it seeing the final raid cinematic for a particular expansion? Right? So, I really hate... hate's a strong word. I don't think it's great for us to say that an MMO hitting max level is the end game or anything like that, because it isn't, right? It is literally just a milestone on the journey. It is part of the journey. Leveling in any MMO is just part of the journey, but it hasn't been the end of a journey in MMO for any MMO I've ever played. It's just a milestone, but it's never the end of progression. It's never the end of the adventure. It's never the end of the content. There's not an MMO that I have played that's like, oh, you hit level 50, that's it, boys, you're done. Yeah. Let's see here. I understand. Yeah, the elitist mentality is not WoW. It is definitely. Yeah, you're right. Oh, there's Pirate Queen Tanya. Wait, there was Pirate Princess Yuki, and then there's Pirate Queen Tanya. Wait, are these two related? Are they the same person? I'm so confused. But yes, there's definitely an elitist mentality here in City of Heroes. You guys see it in my comment section on the occasion. Yuki, come on. Up. Staff bio, yeah, combo on a stalker and scrapper, very nice. I also have super reflexes staff on a stalk. And by the way, just to remind you guys, it's pronounced stalker. But on my stalker and staff super reflex is also super, super fun. I mean, staff is just fun. That's why, yeah. Yeah. But you're going to find, I think you're going to find that elitist attitude to some degree on any MMO you play, including City of Heroes. Yeah. Hang out on Excelsior for a while and just, start talking to people about certain things. It won't take you long to find it. I don't have to point you in any particular direction. You'll find it soon enough. You'll find it. All right, let me show, first of all, just a quick casual cat minute break. Here is the most casual gamer of all, Sir Busenheimer. He is cute, he is adorable, and his gear score is 3.2 out of 5,000. He's as casual as they come. So, well, what is the journey, though? See, that's what I'm saying. I think we frame things a little improperly when we say in an MMO that getting to max level is the journey. I think that in any MMO, the trip from 1 to max level is a part of the journey, right? But it's like going from New York to Indianapolis on your way to Long Beach, California, right? You still got a long way to go. It's only part of the journey, right? So some people don't like the 1 to 80 anymore, but it doesn't mean they don't like the journey because they're still doing the journey from gear score 100 afterwards. Because let's say you hit max level at gear score 100, but now you got the journey to get up to the max gear score. Now some people just want to get to that high gear score as fast as possible. Some people just want to be up at 80 so they can start doing the gear score and enjoy the gear score. Like in World of Warcraft, that's your outdoor adventures, right? You do some of that to get some of your gear up. Nowadays you do delves, which I really enjoy delves. And that can be dungeons. That can be doing pickup dungeons. Like that's all part of the journey, right? Doing heroic dungeons is all part of the journey. Maybe doing LFR, that can be part of your journey. Doing the story quest lines of the current expansion at level 80 is part of the journey, right? So some people just want to get to 80 to get the real, what they consider to be like the main journey started, because the older content is kind of like not really working anymore. Anyways, period. Some people like the 1 to 80. And like me, I would love to do the old stories without out-leveling it or getting some good rewards for it would be even better. But eat the rest of your food, cat. Yeah, eat the rest. Down your throat. There you go. Yeah, I had to get him. Sorry if you heard his licking in the microphone. He had to get his kitty treat. Yeah. Superheroes has attitude. I've never found that. As long as they agree that controllers are the best archetype. Uncle Sloth, I could show you examples. I don't want to because I don't want to disparage people. But trust me when I tell you, there is definitely elitist. If you go back, I'll tell you what. If you go back and you look at my tier list video from last year, you'll find some of it there. If you go back and look at some of my older videos, I've weeded most of those people out. But if you read the comment sections of some of my videos, particularly the older ones, but even recently, I think in the last couple of weeks, there was somebody who's like, "You're showing people the wrong way." You know, da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, there definitely is. I know it's hard to believe, though. But they are a minority, I think. I don't know. I haven't done a poll. I don't let them bug me. I put them on mute. Or I've kicked some people from my server for it. Yeah, Uncle Sloth, I didn't want to tell you, but these cat treats I got them are actually really, really good. So sometimes I like to munch on a few for myself while I'm killing demons. I don't know, Pirate. This character's getting through a lot of mobs pretty quickly. The thing with soloing Tanker, is you just want to bump up your... You want to bump up the number of enemies you're fighting at once because you can take it and focus on AoEs on your Tanker build. And that will make you feel very much closer to most other archetypes in terms of just raw killing speed and XP per hour and all that jazz. I level pretty decently on this character. One of the things about tankers and their AoEs, at least on Homecoming, is that their AoEs hit a larger range. And so you're getting more enemies, generally speaking, than I am on my Scrapper, let's say. So it's definitely helping to cover some of the damage deficiency on that. So what you do is you use your taunt to bring them in close. Use your single attacks, single target attacks on the strongest guys, usually your lieutenants, and then just profit. Like, you guys just saw me. I'm kind of like being interrupted with the cat and stuff, but I got level 25 covered really quick there. Two missions. Now I take those missions slow overall. If I wanted to get through them fast, then I would use stealth and just get to the mission objectives. But I'm in this mostly for the XP gains. Yeah. Yeah. Wall of Force does 18 points of damage. Garda Spin does 70. Eye of the Storm's 110. Wall of Force looks pretty weak in the damage. What do you guys think? Is Wall of Force like... Is it just me? Does that look pretty weak? This one weakens their defense and their resistance a bit. Could be good for helping to take down bosses a bit. This one's a nice little ranged attack. I don't know. None of these are going to change the way I play the game, I guess. Oh, well, now DNA Siphon is a 1 minute 30 second cooldown. It is weak. It looks weak, right? I guess DNA Siphon gives me another heal. I guess that's probably the best way to go. It's a minute 30 cooldown, so just basically another emergency type of heal with some regeneration afterwards. And another emergency heal means I'm less likely to have to switch into defense mode. Or I could put it on ×4. Serpent's Reach is kind of like a ranged attack. 40 feet. If someone's getting away, you have an extra range to smack them down, but... do I want to heal or do I want a ranged attack? Probably a heal, I guess. Another heal. I've got one already. That's a tougher decision there. Nothing big, though, sadly. Alright, that's locked in. Pocket D is locked. Rude. I'm still here. I need to go get some things done, I suppose. I think I was going to do one more kind of villain story arc. Knock one off my to-do list. But yeah, I do wonder if there would be like a an audience on YouTube for casual Old Republic, casual Star Trek Online, casual World of Warcraft Online streamer / video content creation like what I've been doing with City of Heroes. That would definitely be something that I wonder.
Casual Star Trek would be interesting because I'm terrible at Star Trek.
Yeah, well, and if you know, and if it's whatchamacallit, something where you're voice acting. Well, there's probably, I don't know how much voice acting there is in a Star Trek Online. I assume that there's a lot of things that are not voice acted. So in those cases, I could read everything out loud. That might be valued to Trekkies who just want to hear the story without actually playing the game. The problem is I don't usually go through and edit everything. As most of you who watch my videos know, I read the story and then I play through the mission. So you're either fast forwarding, or if you're only there for the story and you don't care about the gameplay. If somebody could do a supercut, if somebody wanted to edit my videos and do a supercut of me just reading the story, that'd be great. But I don't like to sit around editing either. I'm lazy.
Would you read it like doing Shatner's Kirk?
I know, I definitely would. Spock, are you out of your Vulcan mind? Yeah, we'd have to, like, live that up if Kirk's in there. I know they brought back some characters from different series. Definitely, plenty of times in that one.
Yeah, they also have the benefit when they have the actors come in that they don't have to worry about the fact that, like, you know, Q's getting older. Or that John Delancey's getting older because, you know, immortal super beings aren't really supposed to get gray.
Yeah, it gets a little awkward. The whole I heard that the convoluted thing they did with Data on the Picard show. I was like, oh gosh, no.
Oh, and then they also darn, I forgot his name. But they had the Doctor from Voyager.
Yeah, the Doctor.
I forgot the actor's name. Basically, they made it so that he ended up just adding an algorithm so he slowly gets older in appearance. All right, Robert Picardo.
You're never going to have me worrying about names. I know who you meant. I'm always like, whatever. But yeah.
I just had to. I remembered that it was that his last name was the same as one of the captains, but you put an O on the end.
I think what I'm done with Pirate Queen are kind of the more, how do I put this, the I'm not a big fan of the live servicey games that are constantly doing the FOMO trip and stuff. Like, oh, if you don't log in and play this month, you're going to miss out on this, this, and this. And if, you bought this expansion, but you better do this and this, or it's going to out-level you. I'm kind of done with all of that.
Some of it just feels so manipulative that I see a login reward, and suddenly I just don't want to log in.
Yeah, it's exactly right. It's just, I'm playing one with a friend right now, but it's just it's starting to give me heart palpitations. The nice thing about City of Heroes is I took a year and a half off of City of Heroes. I come back, my character's still super strong, right? I don't lose anything by taking a break. Here's the thing, Alex. The funny thing is, if there was a battle pass system in City of Heroes, I'd be the first one to buy it. And if it just had, like, as you make progress playing Ouroboros and doing other things in the game, you fill up a bar and you unlock costume outfits, my ass would be all over that shiz. I don't mind paying to support things, and I kind of like the idea of, like, here are a bunch of quests that they're going to give you. It's kind of like achievements, but with rewards. The biggest, coolest thing to me about battle passes is they're like an achievement system, but with rewards, right? The only thing I don't like about them sometimes is the time limited version. Is the fact that they're time limited, right? And some games have battle passes without expiration, and they've figured this out. I believe Helldivers is one of those. They don't expire. There's no reason to make them expire except you're trying to make FOMO in people. That's the part I don't like. The battle passes in and of themselves, I don't mind. I don't even mind as much that they have an expiration date if it's something I'm playing a lot. I bought a lot of battle passes on Clash Royale in the day because I did enjoy the game immensely before they got too great. The problem with those things is that they eventually get, because the incentive is there, the financial incentive is there really for them to for them to slow down your game progression and then sell you the solution, and that's what ends up happening. That's what ends up happening. Oh gosh, we got a whole bunch of these guys here. I guess this helps me. It's all Circle of Thorns, so let's ball. Well, that's not the sound you want to hear. You don't see me until I do that. That's a lost Circle of Thorns all at once for a stalker. Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption's only games I don't mind dailies in. Yeah, I mean, if it's a game I like a lot, I'm playing City of Heroes every day. If there's a battle pass, and I would love it to death. It's just, unfortunately, they tend to put time limits on the battle pass. If you don't fill it up in 60 days, it goes away. That's where I'm like, I roll my eyes a little bit. Now, that won't make me stop playing a game in and of itself, but when you combine it with the other FOMO things, particularly the addition of new content invalidates your old gains. You see that in a lot of MMOs like World of Warcraft. The minute they come out with a new major content patch, your old gear is almost completely worthless. That I don't miss. That's what drives me crazy. If I leave for a year and come back to the game a year later, I want to still feel powerful. I do in single player games, right? If I'm powerful when I leave, I'm powerful when I come back. Why can't I have that in multiplayer games? You know who does this really well? Guild Wars. Right? You can take 3 years off of Guild Wars, come back, and if you were using a max level character with max ranking gear, whatever have you, it's still going to be there and it's still going to be just as powerful. Stalker, stalker, stalker. Everybody wants to be a stalker. Stalker, stalker, stalker. Everybody wants to be a stalker. Guild Wars 2 is also on my list of games that I wouldn't mind streaming and, you know, doing a lot of content on. The casual solo perspective on that would be fun. There's a lot of enemies there for a stalker. Probably gonna get my ass kicked. Stalker, stalker, stalker. Gonna play a stalker. Stalker, stalker, stalker. You can't see me. Where'd he go? Which way did she go? Which way did she go? Oh, wait, there it is. Right there, boys. Oh, I love Stalker. Stalker is so satisfying. I don't understand why people don't talk about Stalker more. Oh, it's just so good. Stalker, stalker, stalker. I play a stalker. Stalker, stalker, stalker. Everybody play Stalker. Let's see here. What are you guys saying here? That's what I don't like about Fortnite Battle Pass. If you don't complete it in a certain time frame, it's just out of luck and something that costs real money. Yeah. Yeah, in a way you paid for it. Now you paid for it with the understanding, you know, the unlocks, that is, right? Now you paid for it with the understanding that, you know, you need to, it's like you're paying for achievements that will give you something. But then, yeah, but sometimes my life gets busy. Sometimes I get interested in other games. I'm going to come back to the game. Really, I am. Nope. No, you wasted your time, you wasted your money in your battle pass, and it does feel like wasted money. It makes me never want to come back to your game again. And I'm tired of getting burnt like that. Absolutely, positively. You couldn't get into Guild Wars 2, not sure why. There's a couple of things about Guild Wars 2 that are definitely not super fun. The storyline... Uh-oh. Hold on a second. We got problems, boys and girls. What do I have to do to stalker this guy? But definitely a couple of the storylines in the early part of the game just really have a lot of bad parts to them. They have some highlights, but there's also some things that make me groan so badly it's not even funny. Some of the writings actually makes me unhappy, like triggers me. It's so bad. It's not even like City of Heroes, which is like dad joke bad, which makes me roll my eyes. It's literally so bad I want to shut down the game and delete and never play it again. But from what I understand, the story gets really good later on, so stick with it, Trooper. That's what I'm told. You just gotta play it for 100 hours and then the game gets good. Stalker, stalker, stalker. Everybody love a stalker. Gosh, caves drive me crazy. Stalker, stalker. You know what you don't have in Guild Wars? Cave. Okay, you probably have caves, but they're not this bad. Stalker, stalker, stalker. Everybody loves a stalk. Oh, I hear beepy. Where's it at? It's over here. What are the chances I pick that up without getting shot? Ooh. Stay still, stay still, stay very still. Go back into hiding. Yeah. Stalker did it. I didn't like the jumping puzzles. I'm not really good at them. A couple of while back I could fly if I'm really tired on it. You don't have to do jumping puzzles. Jumping puzzles are completely optional. Let's see here. I like to pay for things I enjoy. Homecoming would have more of the money if they offer a battle pass. Yeah, you're 100% right on that, Uncle Sloth. Right. Yeah, totally. And going back to Star Trek Online, I've heard some of the stories in Star Trek Online, if you're a Trekkie fan, are really done well. It kind of reminds me of the books. The books are hit or miss, but when they hit really well. And I think that the hits make up for the misses in the books. At least from the ones I've read. It's the 5-layer cake room we all hate so much. I hear a glowy. I think it's up on layer number 12. There it is right there. I'm going to open it from this side and hope no one sees me over there. Stalker, stalker, stalker. She did it. The stalker did it. Let's see here. And you got flying now in Guild Wars 2. You have a lot of really cool traversal powers. One of the really cool things about WoW Dragonflight was definitely the flying mechanics they introduced. They stole those from Guild Wars 2. Borrowed them. Creatively borrowed them. Guild Wars 2 flying is really done well. Basically. The speed boost you can't turn off fun times. Yeah, that's true. Level 50 plus, but the builds didn't really come online until I was 350 with full perks. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, to do achievements, Pirate Queen, but achievements are completely optional. Sure. And I personally roll my eyes at badges and achievements, personally, because I don't see the point. You don't... In most games, you don't get anything for them. So, the accolades here, yeah, sure. They're kind of like, if you really, really love your character, you want to, or you just play a few characters, the accolade badges in City of Heroes, I think, are absolutely worth it. But outside that, I never worry about badges in City of Heroes. There's no point. Oh, look at me. I spend more time on the game than you. Look at me. Look at how many badge points I have. I have lots of badge points. Yeah, okay. Well, good for you, I guess. Now, I think like if they gave you what would be kind of cool in my opinion, and again, this is why I like the battle pass systems. If they gave you rewards like for every 100 badge points or whatever you want to call them, you got merit rewards, which is basically what happens with the exploration badges, right? The exploration badges, every time you do, whatever on those, you get merit rewards. At least there's some incentive there. Something. Every 100, you unlock a new outfit piece or power option. Something. Give me a little something. It doesn't have to be vertical progression. Halloween achievements. I'm not that big up. I like to get some. Yeah. Well, if you want to play with them, then you're gonna do some jumping puzzles and stuff like that. They do tie rewards. Now here's the thing, right? Where it comes full circle. So in Guild Wars 2, you do have the Wizard's Chest, right? Or whatever the hell it's called. Wizard's Closet, Wizard's Chest, or whatever. Which is essentially a daily and weekly achievement system, like a battle pass. You do certain things, you get points. With those points, you buy rewards. Within those things, they will oftentimes put jumping puzzles as one of your weekly achievements. And I had a friend carry me through. Basically, he did all the hard work and then teleported me. There's no way I would have done that on my own. And I'm with you. I hate those jumping puzzles. The last thing I play in MMO for is to do mother effing jumping puzzles. And here's the thing, right? Their jumping isn't that great. I played Mario, okay? Mario's really great jumping. That's why he's Mario. That's why he sells billions of copies. The jumping is done, and it's done really well. It's a platformer, right? It's a jumping platformer. You know what Guild Wars 2 isn't? A really good platformer. It's not. It's a sucky platformer. And they got really masochistic with some of those jumping puzzle designs. I guess if you ever finish one on your own, you feel accomplished. For me, I don't feel accomplished on those. I just feel a sense of relief that the gosh darn thing is over.
The jumping puzzles I didn't like were in Star Wars: The Old Republic, because why do I have to do all this jumping and stuff in a world with grappling hooks and jetpacks?
Yeah, that makes it even worse. Well, and yeah, you're in a fantasy world with flying and stuff, and you even have, like in Guild Wars 2, you have flying mounts and awesome jumping mounts and stuff. They just make sure they disable it for those areas. How quaint. Wouldn't want you cheating past the puzzle now, would we?
I just feel the puzzle should be more diegetic.
Die. Oh, I love Stalker. This is my dopamine right here. Alright, what else you guys say? Is Homecoming allowed to create original content, or are they subjugated to only using the original devs? They've created original story arcs, they've created original task forces, they've created original power sets, they've created, or I should say populated Callisti Wharf and some of the stuff that wasn't quite finished. So they do have a license to do quite a bit. Yeah. I started gathering badges. I was using a roadmap tracker, content mining experience. Yeah. Yeah, the gathering badges are, yeah, that could be helpful for that. Compared to Storeward, it's great. Trying to jump and get to Datacrons was terrible. Sworder jumping was terribly unforgivable. Oh, great. Now you guys are talking me out of doing content on the Old Republic. Good job. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, you're dead.
Hey, I always liked Star Wars: The Old Republic because it's the only game where I could take out droids by pistol whipping them and kicking them in the pants.
Ooh, that hurt. You are not a very nice bad guy. Now you're dead. Yeah, that's why I would do it, Duranon, is for the good story. I think, like, because I'm mostly a solo player, I am definitely looking, at eyeballing some of those MMOs to have really good storytelling to them. Because a lot of them don't have good gameplay. City of Heroes is the only MMO, probably, maybe with a little bit on Guild Wars. I don't know. To me, it's just one of the few MMOs where the gameplay's really clicked with me. Because you feel so gosh darn it powerful. My Stalker here. First of all, I don't like playing stealth characters, but I love the Stalker. Because you're not just a stealth character, you're a stealth character that kicks butt, and you don't have to tiptoe really slowly and drag bodies into closets. You just get in there and stab them in the kidney. The way nature intended. Did you ever get into Zelda games? Yeah, particularly the older ones. I played the original Zelda when it came out, and then Link to the Past, of course. Ocarina of Time, but that's where it started to lose me. I think when it went 3D is when it started to lose me. I haven't gotten nearly as far in the 3D ones. Breath of the Wild, F that one. I'm sorry, no, don't say that, Phil. Bad Phil. And that one can go take a flying a flying jump off of Death Mountain. I'm not a fan of Breath of the Wild. I know people love it to death and stuff. I think my big problem with this puzzles. I hate puzzles, guys. I hate puzzles. In an RPG, and not that Zelda's an RPG, I get it's an action-adventure game, but in an RPG, which I love RPGs, the least RPG thing you can do in an RPG, aside from jumping puzzles, is puzzles. Period. Anything with puzzles in it. I guess jumping puzzles is a puzzle. Yeah, they all suck. Do you know why? Because my Stalker here, when she's going around, she's using her own stealth score. When she attacks, she's using her own strength. When she dodges, she's using her own dexterity. I'm not having to get up and move around my chair and show my strength in order to get the game to register a success. Right? Because it's an RPG. It's about my character statistics. But do you know what happens when you do a puzzle in RPG? It doesn't matter if my wizard has an 812 intelligence because it uses my intelligence. And my intelligence, boys and girls, is not very high. Okay? So I've got a brain that is wired for numbers. But when it comes to these kinds of puzzles that are like in Breath of the Wild with their little physics bullcrappery and stuff, no, forget that shiz. And nothing will stop my forward progress faster than a puzzle. And half the dungeons there. So they took out the really cool adventure-y dungeons of the older games, which always had some light puzzle solving. Don't get it wrong. But the puzzle solving was never my favorite part, but it was usually easy enough and quick enough to get by. I'd have to look up once in a while. I'd have to look up something on FAQ. With Breath of the Wild, oh gosh. Gee whiz willikers. Every other dungeon was a freaking puzzle dungeon. And then I finally got to do one of the big walking beast dungeons, whatever they were. And I'm like, okay, this is the real Zelda. I want the old dungeons back where you actually fought your way through. Maybe solved a couple little puzzles on the way. I could take or leave them. But, I want to feel like a badass. So I'm doing this... no, it's just another big puzzle. He's just another big puzzle. I'm like, ugh, no. And that's my hot take on Breath of the Wild. Can I eat that? Yeah, intelligence, yeah. Yeah, no, it uses your own intelligence score. It's the least RPG thing you do in RPG. I hate it. If I want to play a puzzle game, I will buy a puzzle game and play it.
Would it work if the game designed it so that the puzzle you're presented is based upon your character's intelligence? So the smarter your character is, the simpler the puzzle?
Yeah, if they ever came up with such a game, I'd be very interested in trying it out. Because I put all my points in intelligence so I have to do the least amount as possible. Yeah. I think like one of the other things that'll bug me is like in JRPGs with like romance and dating and things like that, right? You don't use your character's charisma in a lot of those interactions. They give you like a list of choices and you need to pick the right one or the NPC, you don't get the points with the NPC. And it's like you have to read the developer's mind. I can't tell you how many times like I thought, oh wait, I thought she wanted me to be kind to her. Oh wait, no, that was the wrong answer. You're like, son of a gun. I had an easier time forming a relationship with my wife, for crying out loud. All right, 21 minutes, 8 reward merits. Not shabby. Yeah, if it's a really easy puzzle, the whole thing for me is basically with puzzles on a scale. The best you can hope for is not to piss me off. That it's going to be such an easy puzzle. I just shrug my shoulders and I move on and I go through it. That's the best you can hope for. But as you move the scale up, Phil gets more and more cranky. Old man Phil gets more and more cranky. The more frustrated I get, especially if it's... So one other thing I don't like with puzzles, it's the same reason I don't like some of the missions in City of Heroes, where you have to find the last guy and it takes you 30 minutes to find him. It stops all the fun. It stops all the forward progress. I play these games for the power of fantasy, to come and escape. And I get it in my head. I've got 2 hours to beat the, let's say, what can I do with 2 hours? Oh, well, normally I could do a dungeon in 2 hours. I'll do a dungeon tonight. I'm going to get done with the dungeon. I'm going to go to bed knowing I knocked out that dungeon. And then you get into the dungeon, and if it was just monsters, you get through it in 2 hours, or a story arc or whatever. But then you hit one of those damn puzzles, or that last guy you can't find. And you're looking, and you're looking, and you're looking, and you're looking, or you're trying to solve the puzzle, and you're scratching your head. And it's like, that's not fun. That is not fun. It stops all my forward progress. It keeps me from playing the game I want to play. It's just so frustratingly stupid. Well, you can look it up online. Well, yeah, but you know what's not fun? Doing freaking research while I'm playing a video game. I just want to play the game and beat crap up like I've been doing with the Stalker here. I don't want to be looking things up online. And half the time I look it up online, It isn't something that's quick search. I need to watch a video because it's complicated. And I need to sit down and wait for the video and play it out and blah, 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 blah. If there's a game that has really great gameplay but has a couple of stupid puzzles in the middle, then I'm going to have to, have my vegetables with my wonderful steak dinner, then yes, I will just look those up the minute I run into them to limit its impact on my experience. Yeah. Oh, and of course, Yuki, the new thing that they love doing is where they give you a bunch of text options, and and then you click on an option and the character says something completely different. It's just let's see. Fallout New Vegas, if you set the characters into the minimum, the conversation choices are hilarious. I don't mind it. Yeah. I recently got into playing ESO. Best so far. Skip a dialogue, then NPC's next lines. Do you always skip that much conversation? Oh, that is funny. Is the story in ESO good? I don't like puzzles either. I don't play puzzle games for a reason. Yeah. Now, I do like pure logic-y puzzles like nonograms, otherwise known as P-Cross if you're familiar with Nintendo P-Cross games. That's their branded nonograms. I like nonograms. They're pure logic puzzles. I can explain to you the rules of a nonogram in 3 minutes or less. It'll take you years to master and solve some of the more difficult puzzles. But the rules are simple. Those are nice logic-y puzzles. I like those. But when I want to play one, I load up a nonogram. And I don't get frustrated if I don't beat the puzzle in X number of minutes because I understand going in a nonogram, it's a puzzle game and I might get stumped. So my expectations are in a different place than with an RPG where I normally expect to make it get through a dungeon in an evening. Yeah. If an MMO gives me a quiz or quest dialogue is printed, ugh. Do you ever get a Metroid or other Metroidvanias? I love Metroidvanias. I really, really do. Now, they can sometimes be a little stumpy with, okay, you got to remember there's a door over here, you got to double jump to get to it, so you need double jump, come back when you get double jump. It helps to take a couple of notes on those, but I've never found them to have like really obtuse puzzle solving or anything like that. They have the good exploration of some of the later Zelda games, and the very first Zelda game was very exploration heavy. You are exploring a lot in a Metroidvania and working your way through, but usually the lock, so to speak, in a Metroidvania is based usually on travel powers. So like I said, the double jump example, or being able to walk on the walls and ceilings so you can get to this one place you couldn't get to before. It's not usually too complicated, and because of that, I like them. It has exploration. Metroidvania added RPG mechanics, right? Metroid by itself doesn't usually have RPG mechanics. Castlevania added that with Symphony of the Night. So therefore, you have Metroidvanias. I streamed quite a few Metroidvania games back in the past. I love Metroidvanias. They're great. I kind of suck at them sometimes, though, because they do require some reflexes to beat some of the bosses, but I do like them. It has a great story. Oh, go ahead. I heard wondering.
Oh, I was just going to comment. The other issue I have with puzzles, a lot of times they're based on like word games that have nothing to do with the setting or languages as portrayed in the fantasy game you're playing.
Ew, I had 8 reward merits for On the Trail Leviathan, but it's down to 13. Yuck. Did they nerf that? Rude. Copy. Paste. Why is this not working? Oh. Got to put a number in there. Let's see here. I don't mind puzzles. Time puzzles can get thrown off a bridge, though. Yeah. When I play games with puzzles, the first thing I look for is a mod to auto-complete them. If you're going to make me think, at least don't rush me. Yeah. Or, oh, I forgot to change the picture to my stalker. But how about, yeah, how about not making me do that to begin with? Yeah, it's just like I said, it's the least RPG thing you can do in an RPG. And I'm completely over it. Eliminate negotiator and witnesses. 645. Alright, so this is a level. So you see, like, these villain ones tend to be better paced. They're just smaller reward merits. They're more bite size. Whew. Yep. Good topics, though, guys. Good topics. Now, take out the negotiator and witness could be code for kill everybody. It could also be code for just kill things in the back of the boat. So we're going to start with the back of the boat and then work our way up. If this is a kill all, cargo ship kill alls can be brutal. Not as brutal as 5-layer cake caves. Boggle him, boggle. Everybody likes a boggle. Always satisfying. What is the cooldown or the concentration damage on concentration? 80%. So 100% on Scrapper, 80% on Stalker. You can't see me. Have an assassin strike on a shorter cooldown, completely worth it. I like how this guy's trying to be sneaky over here. There's a big clump of these guys over there. Gonna boggle a couple of them here. A lot of lieutenants, it looks like. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt so bad. Uh-oh. In over my head. In over my head. Whoop, whoop. Red alert. Red alert. Can we do that? Boggle that guy. Get a little help here. Can I get a little help? Oh yeah, no, I should have smoke flash out of there. I got greedy. There's a lot of lieutenants clumped together. Do I have to set up to... Oh, gosh. Let's see. This one I can actually use a resurrection on. Gosh, do I have a res in here somewhere? There we go. Ah! He's after me! What the hell? Aha! My safe space. Ninja jump away. Ninja get away quickly. Ninja regenerate. Yeah, super jump with the ninja on does look really cool. I definitely keep those two together. Completely unnecessary, right? Serves no mechanical purpose other than just looking cool. Oh, 6 minutes for 2 reward merits. Lovely. 2 reward merits. 6 minutes. 1 hunt. Or no, not even 1 hunt, just 1 door. That's it. Went about as well as expected, yeah. So normally super jump in like villain side, because there's so much verticality to the buildings and stuff, is kind of a stupid idea. You definitely don't recommend it to new people. But speaking of jumping puzzles, it ends up being like a little bit of a mini game of where do you jump to next to get better footing so you can jump to the next place. And I do enjoy that. I enjoy City of Heroes completely organic jumping puzzles. Alright guys, I gotta get started on my chores and stuff. I might be on tonight. We'll definitely be on by tomorrow night. Appreciate all the great conversation this morning from Braddock, from Yuki, from Pirate Princess and Pirate Queen, and everything, everybody else who's been here. Mr. Hobgoblick, appreciate you stopping by. Alex, of course. Mr. Wanderings and Voice with me. Ellie Pace, always appreciate you stopping by, buddy. Uncle Sloth, of course. Appreciate all of you guys stopping by. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I hope you guys have a really, really great day today. Let me know if there's anything else you want to see tonight or tomorrow night, and we'll see if we can get it up on the docket. Otherwise, I'm going to keep working on my melee characters and get them up. That's why I was playing the Tanker, the Stalker. Yesterday was the Scrapper. So, yeah. Definitely a lot of fun, great community here, guys. We do have some elitists in our City of Heroes community, but it's not here in our Discord channel. We have a lot of people who are really cool, and I have people who are in the game who do 8x4, and they're not elitist about it, and they're really fun to be with, and we talk a lot of different things. So thank you guys so much. We will catch you guys next time, and until then, may God bless you.